It's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Visual Thursdays with your host, Anime Fan RK2K. Let's sit back, relax, and let's play some more Katawa Shoujo. We're gonna conclude the Lilly route today, no matter how long that may be. Slow steps for a waltz, as in, like, I guess before a waltz. Is where we got to last time. So, oi, how's it going, Tom? Let's do this thing. Tom, let's hope you don't have a 50 million ads before the game starts like you did last time. Alright, so let's oh, I'm hiding the chat. Didn't mean to. Alright. Lunchtime bell brings a sigh of relief from the entire class, Muto being no exception. Get the feeling he much prefers the more laid-back atmosphere of his normal classes to the frantic pace of exam preparation we're subjected to right now. Oh, I'm not clicked on the game. How am I supposed to advance if I'm not in the game? No ad, just lag? Oh. I'm not sure if I'd like either for you. Wish you had it good, you know? Oh, and literally, we ended before a Misha scene last time? How dare I? How dare I? He-chan! Help me! I lower my eyelids to half-mast, making clear my intention of doing quite the opposite. Help me! Help me! Help me! Not going well? She-chan's going to be fine, but I think I might die. Oh, God. I'm not getting that Misha, that quite Misha voice. Let me say, ow, 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 ow. I need more he-chans in my life. More he-chan, 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 and more wah-ha-has. She-chan's going to be fine, but I think I might die. My voice sounds weird. Well, I'm sorry, guys. Misha's gonna get a very distorted voice, not quite Misha voice. Am I going to die, he-chan? Will you let me die for all this work? How maudlin. Given that she's neither the brightest student in the class nor the most diligent, it isn't a great surprise that she's finding it hard to cope with the workload. I have no idea. It's you know, Ufotable is a animation studio. You know, it's not like they're not Fate. They're not Type Moon. You know, it's up to them to settle their debts. If they owe money, they owe money, man. You shouldn't fraud your taxes. I'm going to meet a tax person next week. Pay your taxes. Sorry, Misha, but I've got my own work to do. I thought you and Shizune would be studying together over the long weekend anyway. Studying's too boring to waste a holiday on, He-chan. Shopping together was much more fun, wasn't it, Shi-chan? It's only now that I realize Shizune has been looking over to us, and Misha's arms have been moving likely all this time. Must have really zoned out to not have noticed. Was with girls and shopping anyway. Even Lilly and Hanako have dragged me out with them a couple of times. But you went anyway! It's so rare to see a guy that likes going shopping. Well, they like some unlimited tax fraud. I didn't actually like look it up, you know, and you know that's up for a company to do. If they're guilty of tax fraud, they're guilty of tax fraud. I don't really care. I think if you owe taxes, you pay them, and we move on. You know? Clear up the throat a little bit. Anyway. Well, my role would probably be best described as pack mule. Can't say I share your enthusiasm about the experience. Back to the exams. You studied after you got back from the days off, didn't you, Shizune? Of course, He-chan. It's only sensible to study in the days before. Erg. Misha makes a sound vaguely similar to a dying cow as she realizes her folly and unceremoniously flops onto her desk. Flop! Betrayed even by her best friend. Judging from Shizune's quite frustrated look at Misha, she probably told her to study as she did. Don't worry, you can still gain some grades if you start studying now. Maybe. Misha does not seem overly amused. Seems the bubbly balloon of everlasting cheerfulness has been cruelly popped. Shizune's signing goes unnoticed by the moping Misha, earning her a quick poke in the shoulder. It takes barely a moment for Misha to get back into form. Oh, So what did you do over the weekend, Hee-chan? Just took a trip up north to Lilly and Hanako. That's pretty nice. See both of them narrowing their eyes at me, their minds surely in the gutter. The fact that their suspicions are founded makes the situation all the more awkward. They're like, oh snap. Just study and went sightseeing. There's nothing more to it. After such a flagrant lie, realized that it may not have been the best step, considering Shizune's connections and her total lack of restraint when it comes to questioning someone she suspects of telling untruths. Really have no idea how she's going to take it, but she'll find out eventually anyway. It isn't as if it's really her business whom I date in any case. Ah yes, Lilly and I are going out now. While Misha receives the news with an enthusiastic smile, she then gives a look of mild surprise, somewhat masked by her cool demeanor. Huh? Whoever you date is your business. I hope you two go well together. Misha gives a look that says that this is the most quarter I could possibly receive on the matter. It's all I wanted, really. After she says this, though, she then begins to sign something else and stops herself and shakes her head at Misha to prevent her from translating. Normally, I think that's this strange enough, but the awkwardly casual wave Shizune gives before walking off with Misha in tow adds to my confusion. Shizune is hardly the kind of person to pull a punch or communicate without forethought. Best route next week. Oh, you're talking about the Rin route. But we have to get through this one tonight. Alright? Shrug my shoulders at the duo's odd behavior and look towards Hanako's desk. See that her chair's empty. She's definitely here before. So I guess she just didn't feel like waiting. I'll go grab some food alone then. All by myself. Anyway, walking down the hallway to the unused room that's become a second home to the three students in particular, mournfully look down at the plastic-wrapped salad roll and juice box in my hand. Cafeteria's food really is unappetizing. Maybe I'll consider this my penance for my recent indiscretions. Opening the door, I notice one less quiet figure than I expected. Strange. Despite having known Lilly for months, I can't help thinking back to the very first time I opened this door and saw her silently sitting in the sunlight. Just as she did then, she slowly opens her eyes, unmoving as they are, and calmly addresses me. Good morning, Isao. It's afternoon, I think. Has Hanako been around? She skittered out of class without me even noticing. Lilly cradles a cheek thoughtfully as I take a seat, the bag taking its place against the closest leg of the table and my unsatisfying meal neatly set out in front of me. She did appear for a time. She said she had to study for the upcoming exams and left for the library. Find ourselves not entirely believing her words. Well, at least her intentions are in the right place. She is sweet, but she didn't go this far to let us have our space. I might talk to her about it sometime. I'm gonna be hydrating a lot, I think, because my throat feels weird. And tired. I don't know why. Anyway, probably for the best. For a while, we quietly eat our meals. And anime fan RK2K starves because he forgot to eat his dinner before starting the live stream again. Yay! I also have dinner. Sitting in the other room because, you know, I didn't trust to have it on me. For obvious reasons. For a while, we quietly eat our meals, Lilly elegantly nibbling on her sandwiches and sipping her tea as I eat what tastes like a garden sandwich in dry dough. Yum! Tastes like it came from the ground. The joke is vegetables come from the ground, guys. Quite a few of them, actually. The atmosphere feels slightly strained, neither of us knowing quite what to say to each other now that our small talk has dried up. Eventually, we both finish our food with no conversation forthcoming for quite some time. Eventually, though, Lily's soft voice breaks the silence. A lot happened back there, didn't it? Yeah. Again, silence. Both our minds on the same topic, though. I think I may have my feelings on that sorted out. I know everything happened in kind of a hurry, but I don't regret anything that happened in Hokkaido. Not one thing. So, slightly tense, I take her hands in mine. Have to feel her, have to settle my own nerves. Stand by my words back then, Lily. I love you. I won't leave you. I only wish for you to think the same. Don't forget you do it on purpose at this point. What? Dude! I wish I did it on purpose. I actually just got slightly distracted by social media and stuff. Silently reflects for a long time, which feels like an eternity. Tick tock, tick tock. Anyway. Her reverie comes to an end as she takes one hand from mine, placing it over them as she leans her body forward and stands out of her chair. For a moment's hesitation, her face slightly pensive, her lips meeting mine for a brief moment. Mine feels as if it briefly stopped at that moment, barely registering Lily sitting back in her chair, smiling back at me with ever so slightly reddened cheeks. Hearing that makes me very happy, Sao. I would be glad to stay with you. Maybe it would be good to slow things down a bit compared to before. Still have school after all, and our exams. She gives a mischievous giggle, which proves to be contagious. Hehehe. That might be a good idea indeed. Do you think you'll fare well in your exams? It's only one day until they arrive, as you say. Probably should have studied more, but I think I've got a good enough head to manage. That said, I had to bat off Misha and Shizune. Is your class as worried about the exams as mine? She lets out an exasperated sigh, all but confirming it, thankful for the atmosphere becoming a bit lighter. I think so. I've already been asked for help by 2 of my classmates, and there will no doubt be more. Think of it as your first training in being a teacher, maybe? Lily best wifey. Yeah. I could postpone the stream by 5-10 minutes to eat. I could, Tom. Or I could eat afterwards because I still have to edit my video that's going up tomorrow of Remulor. Which is what I'm going to really be doing. Which seems sound very weird because this Katawa Shoujo video will be up next week. So when I say tomorrow, I actually meant the Friday that just passed. Well, Tom just likes reading, you know. That's what it is. That's probably a good way to think of it. On that note, how are you faring in your English studies? I remember it was far from your strongest subject. The few sentences you memorized to speak to my mother aren't likely to help. Damn! Right on the mark. You got me. If you don't mind, would you be able to possibly help in that regard? Please? It would be my pleasure to help you, Isao, but in exchange... She lowers her eyebrows at me, her coquettish nature tentatively coming to the fore. No problem at all. Probably be better off with some help in your studies, though. She beams a smile at me, one of girlish victory that nearly makes me blush. I get the feeling she's aware of how to use her face to twist my judgment, so I should probably be more on guard. Here and now, though, a study group seems like an expedient way for both of us to shore up our more lacking skills. The school bell rings out, reminding us as time isn't going to stand still. Lunchtime's over already. Sure is easy to lose track of time here, you know. Hanging out with Lily. This room's so far from the other clubs and activities. Not much sound can reach us. That's probably most of the reason why. Oofy died? Tom, no dying. Be back alive! Alive! Anyway, placed far from all the others, alone with just one person whom she loves. As Lily stands and collects her bag and cane, her thoughts are cast back to the time we spent in Hokkaido. Before I go, Akira and I are having a homecoming party in my room tomorrow. Will you be able to come? And back again. Schedule is free, so I should be able to make enough room in my study time to make it. Good to hear, Isao. Hi, how's it going, King? For what it's worth, glad you're back from Scotland. Once exams are over, we should have some more time to ourselves. Your Wi-Fi chooses if you oof, not you. Yeah, I understand, Tom. Your Wi-Fi! I wish you could beat your Wi-Fi into submission so it doesn't oof when you don't want it to, but that might be impossible. Holidays start soon after that, after 2. Can't start the holidays with Tanabata then, just as we promised at the school festival. Oh, we can start the holidays, oops. She brings her hand to her cheek and laughs slightly nervously, calling the events as I silently thank myself for managing to remember. Seems odd to see her react in such a way, though it's not like I never saw her embarrassed before. I'd better be going. Farewell, Yusel. Bye. See ya! Whether it's out of habit or just a stubborn desire for one small fragment of normality, hold my hand up in farewell just as I always do. At least I'm consciously aware that I'm doing it now. Then I'm beginning to see a bigger picture than I ever have before, not only with Lilly but also my life ahead. The chains of my past are finally breaking. Like a break free from my bonds! Kind of thing. We're gonna beat your entire county in submission, Tom. That's the goal. Beat all of them up. And just put a giant fiber optic cable just to you specifically. Walking up the now slightly more familiar corridor of the girls' dormitory, you hear the faint sound of laughter coming from up ahead. Ah ha ha ha! Doesn't take long to identify the source as Lily's room, though the deep timbre of the female voice unmistakably belongs not to her, but to her sister. Ayy! I ram my knuckles on the door with the usual 3 light taps, my hand barely retreating as the door swings open. Hey, Sal. Hey, hello, Lily, Hanako. Hanako looks up tentatively, her hands buried in her oversized pink nightgown. From her side, Lily turns sideways towards the direction of my voice and smiles. It'd be a flagrant lie to say I dislike the sight of her in those pajamas. Ho ho, ho ho, Hisao! Creeper. Anyway, catch Akira giving me a sidelong look with a knowing grin, to which I reply with a sharp glare. Akira's, I see, you like the goods, huh? I get it. She takes the hint, shrugs and walks back to the low table in the center of the room. As I go to join her, Lily gives me a nod of greeting and starts pouring me a cup of tea. It's nice to see you again, Hanako. Been getting around recently? Lily wears a look of concentration as the light brown liquid, carefully measured by her finger as always, flows from the teapot into the cup. It seems Hanako has taken up helping one of the people in your class with the newspaper club. Naomi, I think. Hanako gives an affirmative nod. After spending about 2 months in the class, I still have trouble remembering the names of those students I rarely talk with. It takes me a few mental contortions to connect the name with the face. Eventually remember the girl that sits beside Hanako at the back of the class. Naomi Inoue. Fairly average looking girl except for her bleached blonde hair. Given her upbeat and straightforward personality, Naomi may have seen an opening to poach Hanako for her club. She inquired about joining one. No, we're not gonna beat you, Tom. We're beating the county for you. Defeat the purpose of beating you up. Or rather, I think if you could fix your Wi-Fi, you would have done so yourself. I'm saying you're doing your job. Don't worry. Either way, it's nice to see Hanako broadening her horizons. When I first met her, the idea of her joining a club with anyone but Lily would have seemed utterly laughable. That explains how busy you've been. Enjoying it? It's really interesting. As always, Hanako's far from being talkative. Some things never change, and it seems that Hanako's personality is one of them. She'll likely always be one to shy away from being overly social. Warmed by the sound of crockery against the table as Lily gently places my drink in front of me, thank her and take a long sip. It's tea. Hanako and Lily are attending to their own. Now Akira is quaffing a mug of strong-smelling black coffee. You had a couple things to do, no problem, Hey, we're here to chill out and relax, The ending won't go anywhere. Or rather, if the route already ended, I would be offline now, I guess. You're a lucky bastard, Giselle. Huh? Can't help but grimacing at her teasing smile, so visibly around the edges of the mug pressed to her lips. Seeing my sister in her pajamas, there's a lot of men out there like to be where you are. Seen a lot more than that of her. Not that I'd admit it. Hisao. Calm yourself, gosh. Akira. Hey, I'm just teasing. Alright, no problem, Tom. Enjoy your food. She leans over to me as much as she can, whispering with a sly grin written on her face. And Hanako too, you perv. Hey, it was her idea. Both look over to her face turned to the ground and her hands fidgeting in the lap of her nightgown. If it's Hisao, I don't mind. This could be bad. No, Hanako's altogether too innocent to bother reading too much into such a thing. The expression Akira directs at me is positively stormy. Akira, please. Seems Lilly can sense Akira's sudden change in aura just as well as I, even without seeing it for herself. Akira slowly looks away from me like an attack dog leashed by its owner in the nick of time. Breathe a sigh of relief. Relief! Anyway, I can't think of a more appropriate time to try and change topics than that right now. Gotta escape. If you don't mind me asking, Akira, what do you do for a living? I've never seen you out of that suit. Thinking about what to do with yourself after school's over, eh? I'm a lawyer. For the most part, I work in the legal department of the Japanese branch of our family's company. The most boring possible answer, I suppose. Law's a pretty dry topic to most people. Kind of. Oi! Not supposed to agree. Lilly gives an amused giggle while holding her teacup and saucer. Hanako quickly joining her. This friendly atmosphere between everyone is something I miss while Lilly and Akira were on their trip. While the dealings I had with Hanako didn't help, I think just not having Lilly around changed the mood. It's nice to be back. I missed you, Hisao. And you too, Hanako. Same goes for the both of us. Guessing your classmates are happy to see you back. In a matter of speaking, yes. Kira's amused snort shows she's well aware of Lily's attitude towards such figures of speech. I imagine she'd have to be, given how long they've been together. Did you have fun in Scotland? For a moment I wonder why she's asking. It having been quite a while since they came back, but then I remember everything that happened. We simply not had time to look back, with the exams and our Hokkaido trip. Lily's face goes distant for a moment. The fact that Akira's first reaction is to look over to her sister doesn't escape me. Nonetheless, she quickly collects herself. The music silence for a moment, right? It was nice. We hadn't met our family in such a long time, so it was a wonderful reunion. Yeah, I guess that's right. Their house being beachside was the best part, though. From her dismissive tone, I get the feeling Akira doesn't like their family as much as Lilly does. You only like that because you finally had time to play around. Just cause I'm the better swimmer. I don't take after the athletic side of the family, that's all. Today was a slow day at work, that's good. Well, you can take heart in the fact that you got the height genes at least. And the bus genes. That's not really the right kind of thing to say around others. Though Lily pretends to scold Akira, she does so with an unmistakable, slightly cheeky grin on her face. I doubt Akira really minds that, judging from her nonchalant expression. I don't either. Hanako is looking down and blushing fiercely beside me. Sisters' antics aside, parents really do lead bourgeoisie lifestyle. Oh, lead a bourgeoisie. I missed a word there. Seems utterly divorced from the life that Lily and Akira have lived until now. Suppose practicality must have made the decision for them. To have come from such a wealthy and well-connected lineage only adds to the almost noble air Lily seems to have, though. Small wonder none of it seems to have rubbed off onto Akira. They really are as little alike as siblings could be. The only similarity seems to be their shared confidence, which can be both endearing and a headache at times. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. They have different color eyes. And their hair is like similar color at least. But their hairstyle's vastly different. They dress differently. Yeah. Most of the night continues much the same, with Hanako eventually leaving the Sato sisters and me to ourselves. She heads back to her dorm room for rest. For a while, only the barely audible sound from Lily's teacup and saucer can occasionally be heard as she slowly drinks. Silence is strained as Lily and I wait for the elephant in the room to be addressed. So... Lily dutifully puts her cup down, giving her sister her undivided attention. Lily and me on one side of the low table, and Akira at the other. It almost feels like a judge passing down a verdict. Guilty! I hear that you two are going out now. Glance sideways at Lily to confirm her as the source of Akira's knowledge. Gives a gentle nod to Akira, which I mirror in affirmation. Deciding that this is a proper time and place to do so, Akira being the closest figure to a parent Lily had for most of her life, I bow deeply my hands at the floor before me, my head very nearly the same. Take good care of your sister, Akira. I promise you. See? He's a lovely young gentleman. She must have heard my voice coming from a lower position than usual. Slowly bring myself back up, my eyes tentatively looking to Akira from under my brow. Tell the truth, I very much doubt my suited judge will raise any objections. She's very definitely the type to make her disapproval with others well known. Something that lends her a measure of respect in my eyes. The old-fashioned kind, huh? Well, he's the kind of person I guess you go for. I don't have a problem with it, and I wish you two the best. Even if I didn't like it, I couldn't really do anything anyway. It's definitely lovely. Isao. Ulterior motives. Stares at people in pajamas. But, you know, gets better, right? Maybe? I offer a nod of appreciation to her as Lily gives a small sigh of relief. Likely more out of duty than any actual belief Akira might have had any problems with us being together. I do wonder, though, how's the rest of the family taking it? Particularly the part residing at Yamaku. Have you told her? Smiles turn to grimaces as Akira grins downright evilly. Those closest know how to twist a knife best, after all. Putting up with it may be the best term for the situation. Don't you agree, Sal? Yeah, that sounds about right. At least she's being reasonable about it. Good to hear. That girl can be a handful at the best of times. We sent a few messages back and forth during and just after the trip. She was already busting my chops for seeing my boyfriend when he came back, after leaving Hideaki for so long. She really does care for the little guy. Cast my mind back to Shizune's odd reaction after telling her about her relationship. Decided not to bring it up. It's no doubt simply born of their mutual antipathy, and Akira's comments only back that up. Well then, that's settled. Gotta get to work early tomorrow, so I better be off. Peace! Wi-Fi died again? Damn you, Tom's Wi-Fi. Worst. She rises from the table with a grunt, her hands on her knee, push herself up. I do that sometimes too. Notice Akira's eyes lingering on Lily for a couple of seconds before turning away. She begins to take her leave. After she walks out the door, she stops and looks up thoughtfully before turning to us one last time. Oh yeah, almost forgot to tell you. Use protection. Every time. Gag violently on my tea in my mouth. Contrary to my own, Lily's composure holds perfectly as she seems entirely unfazed. Kinda impressed. Oh! 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 We are. Don't worry. Atta girl. See us. Oh, this is like, dang. I mean, like, you know, that's the advice I'd give to people, so whatever. With that, she turns and strides away, a hand held high as she disappears into a darkened hallway, closing the door behind her. The most reaction I can muster is a flopping forwards onto the table, completely drained of energy and truly exhausted by her. Lily's ability to hold her own against that suited devil is something I admire. She really is incredibly blunt. I don't think I'll ever be able to keep up with your sister's energy. As I feel Lily's soft hand come to rest on my own, roll my head to the side to see her gently smiling. For a long time, simply sit beside each other silently. Given her unquestionably unusual height, she is pretty much exactly as tall as I am. Probably a couple centimeters higher if anything. Like this, she appears even taller. To feeling of her pale, soft hand against mine is a pleasant one, as is the sight of the thin silken pajamas she wears, showing her curves and collarbone. You do get on well enough, though, even if you do say that. I guess, you know? You two are a lot more alike than I first thought you when I met you. Then it's a good thing I quickly stopped you from going after her, isn't it? Though she jokes about it, my assessment of my inability to keep up with Akira, either physically or mentally, was quite in earnest. Lilly's slow-paced and ladylike, almost motherly, nature is perhaps the single thing that helped me most in my first weeks of Yamaku. Come to think of it, wait, since when were we using protection? To give a curious look to my side, Lily's cheeks puff out as she huffs at me. Unlike you, I remembered. The packet is in the cupboard next to the sink. So I'm not the only one of us to take that. I'm not the only one of us that takes a pill. In hindsight, feel rather thoughtless for not remembering at all and leaving it to Lilly. Looking over to the cupboard she mentions, I notice again the knee-high piles of books around us that were here the other times I visited. For the most part, they are lined up against the wall to give a little more room around the table. Why don't you get a bookshelf for your books? It's odd to see books just piled around, especially given that your room looks so neat and orderly otherwise. They're easier to find this way. I know exactly which pile each book is in. Wouldn't you still know that after putting each set on a different shelf? That may be, but... So she's not immune to bouts of laziness after all. You have so many of them. It's kind of a shame we can't share our book sets, despite both of us reading so much. She gives a short giggle. Come to think of it, why do you order your books through Yuko? Imagine there'd be plenty of sites that you could order books in Braille from, especially in English Braille. There are a lot of text-to-speech programs too. She turns her head slightly away from me, which strikes me as somewhat surprising. I'm just not all that good with computers. I'm alright with typewriters and braillers, but that's about it. Her tone almost makes me chuckle. She's a prideful person, so admitting something like that must be difficult. So Lily's a low-tech kind of person. Given her old-fashioned personality, it's not really a stunning surprise. I wouldn't worry about it. A lot of people aren't really that good with them, so it's not that unusual. That's unusual. Now she's even more depressed. Feels like I'm twisting a knife rather than healing her wounds. A bit of squirming, I shuffle my way closer to her, tentatively putting one hand around her waist to hug her. She's not really used to this kind of physical affection, but Lilly seems to like it. Lilly smiles as she turns to face me, kiss being the reward for giving in to her. She draws me in, brushing my upper lip with hers before pressing against both. Yeah, kissing. This way, every one of my senses is filled with her. The barely perceptible scent of her hair, taste as her tongue fleetingly touches mine, the tenderness of her lips, the image of her filling my mind, the total silence apart from her faint breath. We may have kissed before, but even if this is more a kiss, a simple affection than anything, so a new and pleasant sensation. Oh, you had to reset it, Tom? Oof. Judging from her vivid blush as she pulls back, it's obvious she feels the same as I do. Even if we're entirely alone, it still feels a little embarrassing to open up to each other this much. If we take everything day by day, I think that would be for the best. Small steps, right? Yep. Just small steps. We have plenty of time to be together, even after the school year is over. As long as we move together, I think everything will work out okay. Neither of us is going anywhere soon, after all. For now, I'm just thankful for this small moment in time we can spend together. Yay! Yay. I stand unmoving in front of the door to the nurse's office for what feels like at least a dozen minutes or so. It's not like I never entered a small beige room before, nor is it because of any feeling of childlike anxiety over the visit. Maybe it's because the nurse's office is akin to a confessional, an admission that my body is flawed. The knowledge that such a fact is kept entirely confidential between the nurse and me hardly lessens the feeling. Remembering that the bell to signal the end of lunch break will soon sound, I give a sigh and open the door. The burn will stay with me just this while longer. Well now, if it isn't Nakai! Good to see you, man. Been smoking the reefer and you haven't been around. All route, you know? Jeez. Man, I've been puff passing to myself. Yeah, I'm getting the best endings of each route, you know. None of the bad endings and stuff. So that's what we're going for, best endings. Or bad, I guess, considering that I'm a nurse. Gives a small laugh, amused at his little joke. Find his humor lacking and somewhat off, but the fact that he can make light of such a situation, perhaps comforting or at least distracting. Brief episode of entertainment over, he claps his hands together and gets down to business. Let's get down to business to see Nakai. Is your heart bothering you? Do you want to die? Let's hope not. Anyway, take a seat as he gestures for me to do so. Which the classrooms had seats is comfortable. I feel my mind wandering as my eyes quickly scan the room, distracted by all the small changes since I last came. Yes, I'll probably do the Kenji ending. Alrighty, so what brings you here, dude? Haven't seen you often, so I assume your health's been good so far? Well, mostly. I see. Smile drops as they trail off. Feel slightly guilty about it. It's these moments where I can't rationally call myself normal. It makes me so reluctant to see the nurse. Their admission that I'm different from everyone else. While I was on a trip during the long weekend, a few problems with my heart. Classifies as a bad end? Oh. I mean, we have to get the Kenji end once, right? He hums very seriously and nods as he does so, urging me to go on. Think it was... yeah. It was as I was walking a fairly long distance. I think the right term for it is a heart flutter. So I only went weak at the knees. I went knees weak, arms heavy. Suddenly Lilly was talking about mom's spaghetti. Anyway. So I went weak at the knees and felt almost like I was having a small heart attack. But passed in about half a minute. Even afterward, though, I felt pretty fatigued and nauseous. Not good. Not good at all, man. That was how many days ago exactly? Did you do anything unusual? Aside from exerting yourself before the episode, were you taking your medication properly? Nurse switches from awkward jokes to serious health professional mode, rattling off questions, making notes, and calling up stuff on his computer. I tell him about my forgetting to take my pills that morning and the preceding evening. It was a stupid thing to do, but I can't change anything about it now, except answer honestly and bite the bullet. The seriousness evolves into a frown, and the talk evolves into an instant checkup. I finish buttoning up my shirt again and get motioned to take a seat in front of the nurse. Is this the first heart problem you've ever had since coming to Yamaku? I've had short pains in my chest before. Just a couple of times, but they were more discomfort than anything like this. Leans back in his chair, briefly resemble a white-coated parrot as he mulls over the mysterious case of the heart flutter. Moving his lips from side to side to show he's thinking, his non-existent mustache wiggling, he eventually comes to a conclusion. Well, you survived it. That's always on the plus side. I blink at this one and notice the nurse wearing his gotcha face. It's actually somewhat reassuring. I don't think he would crack jokes if things were really serious, so I keep silent and take my lumps. I'll have a talk with your doctor, but right now, I suspect simply due to physical exertion. I've been keeping up with your regular light exercise like I direct you to. I make sure to walk a reasonable amount every day. It's really enough to work up a bit of sweat, but then again, not really as fit as I used to be. That should be enough then. Main things to keep in mind. Do regular low-stress exercise, not short bursts of sprinting and such. Remember you in the Emmy route? Man, I thought you were gonna die in that route, man. You and Emmy, oh, too much. Too much. I understand. Since leaving the hospital, I've been a lot more focused on my studies. Partly to take my mind off not being able to do more physical things. It's good to hear you're coping well. Some lifestyle changes can be hard at the best of times, man. So I'm pleased to hear that you sound like you have everything in order. Almost everything, that is. Nevertheless, I want to keep a close eye on you for a while. Just for observation's sake. Just make sure things aren't going downhill. You understand? That's something I really didn't want to hear. Since coming to Yamaku, all I've wanted to do is live as normal a life as possible. Observation was one of the words I came to hate the most during my hospital stay. For so long, I felt as if I could just walk straight out the hospital doors, not for that observation the doctors want so dearly. Sure. Should I come in more often? Checks the calendar next to his computer. Seems to inflict on him a nasty case of furrowed brow. Spins back towards me after that. Summer holidays are a bit of a pain, considering the timing. Check with your doctor, try to get a better handle on the situation. See how he wants to proceed, but I think you should just take things slowly and carefully for now. When you describe it doesn't immediately sound like a recurring event. It won't hurt to slow down, because you're moving too fast. Got to make the... Anyway, slow down a bit for a while just to make sure. What should I do for today? Looks over my shoulder, had a clock hanging over the door. Never had noticed it if I hadn't followed his gaze. Really time for school to be over. Might as well just leave early. Gives you a sly wink, making sure that I understand he's doing me a favor. Well, nurse's orders! Thanks! Ha! Screw you, school! That's what I'm here for, after all. You know me, man. I'm on your side, okay? I know you might not want to hear this. Can't ignore your condition. Don't hesitate to see me if you have any further problems. Just have anything you want to ask. Bye. Spins around and gets back to typing on the computer in front of him. Suppose I'll just read before waiting for Lilly by the gate, considering I don't have much else to do. As I leave, his words echo in my mind. But condition isn't something as limiting as many of the others here at Yamaku. I don't want to burden Lilly with thinking about it. Just live life normally and avoid any short, sharp shocks. Should be okay. Won't let my condition rule me. And literally out of nowhere, here's a guy with a taser! Oh no! Kidding, guys. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Lilly comes into view soon after the bell heralding the end of the school day rings out. She says farewell to a number of classmates heading in the other direction before beginning our weekly trip to the convenience store. Afternoon, Lilly, my lady. The immediate warm smile and relaxed demeanor she assumes upon noticing my presence are unexpectedly welcome. Hello, Isao. Good afternoon to you, too. Are we just ignoring that the Xenoblade guys are making a Zelda game? Yes, we are right now. Got a Lilly route to get through. She hesitates for a second, but eventually deigns to tilt her face forward, close her eyes. My lips meet hers with a measure of slight trepidation, where we move off hand in hand. The fact that we're so close in height is somewhat useful at times. There being no need for either of us to turn our head upwards nor downwards in order to meet the others. Gotta keep good posture. So, view taser is a big oof? Yes it is. Doesn't take much time to leave the noise of the other students far behind us. The tapping of Lily's cane in her free hand, the only sound in her head to be heard. That's my tapping, okay, guys? Silence. Blissful silence. It's all that greets us while we slowly walked in the setting sun's light. Then coming to really like this town. The huge green, hilly expanse. Trees everywhere, somewhat rustic little buildings. So you've come to appreciate the tranquility of it as well? Think so. Came from a metropolitan city near Tokyo. The quiet of this town really alienated me when I first arrived. After a while, it became really nice though. I think I prefer it to the hustle and bustle of my home city now. While I preferred the quiet of such a rural town even when I first arrived, I suppose I had the advantage of growing up in a quiet area before I came. Hanako said the surroundings are very pretty too. Lily may say such a thing quite easily, but each time she mentions how others describe sights around her as beautiful or pretty, I feel a little put off. I notice her expression becoming one of anticipation for some question or another. She always had a good sense for when somebody's not saying something that's on their mind, so I may as well speak up. It's kind of wondering, how to put this. Do you ever regret that you can't see what things look like for yourself? It's just something I've been thinking about. She thinks carefully for a time. Do you ever regret that you can't hear people whispering on the other side of a room? I can only speak for myself. The fact that I can't see is the only way I've experienced life. Just as I cannot do something you can, You can't do something that I'm capable of. The fact that the world is made for those who are sighted can be a pain sometimes, but there are many, many people who suffer much more than I because of the way the world is. That does make sense. Still, it does feels kind of bad to describe something that you can't experience to you. She tilts her head quizzically, as if I just said something that makes very little sense at all. But I can experience it. Hisao asked a smart question for us? Nani? It's not Hisao anymore. You just said yourself that you like this area because of the way the surroundings are. I like this area for the very same reason. Thanks to the fact that this is a small rustic town, surrounded by trees, gives some peace and quiet away from the din at the school and the bustle. Not to mention the smells of the city. Suppose it will also be much like the home she shared with Akira as well. Her outlook on it seems pretty sensible. I'm not surprised that she got a much better handle on her particular condition than I do on mine. Just like how her coming from a location somewhat similar to Yamaku's surroundings let her become more acclimatized? Oh, okay. Apparently we're going with acclimatized here. In a shorter time, being born blind affected her stance by her own admission. I just stopped being so annoyed by myself over it. I can't shake the feeling that I've depended on Lilly far too much, given the circumstances most have had to deal with in Yamaku. Makes a lot of sense. Pretty good at explaining as always. Come to think of it, where's Hanako anyway? She was with us for lunch. It seems she's busy studying. The exams are far from over, and she says she wanted to do better this year than the last. Well, while I admire her work ethic, she's really been trying to give us a lot more room alone recently. She's that type of person, I think. The kind that puts others' needs above her own at every chance. She's a sweet girl, even though so much has hurt her in the past. I don't know. I feel like it's only now, when she's less close to me than ever, that she's truly finding herself. It was thanks to you that she began to become more confident after all, not me. Take my hand from hers and gently place it on her head. The important thing is that you were there for her. I can't even imagine what she'd be like without having found someone like you. That much became obvious while you were in Scotland. We're all still friends, so we've just got to have faith in her. Then she'll become a good person, and that much is thanks to you being there for her when she most needed it, just as you were there for me. It makes you feel a bit childish when you sound so wise. Well, I try. Like literally, how many times have the people playing this and watching this made fun of me? Anime fan arcade 2K? Tom? King? Others who come and go? He sounds onto us, guys. Abort mission! Abort mission! Abort mission immediately. Are you doing anything on the weekend by any chance? Nothing that comes to mind. Why? How about a date on Sunday? Be something to be done beside exam preparation. Countering my rapidly beating heart, she simply smiles and nods. Haha, look at this shit. Lose. Oh shit, he's on to me. That would be lovely. Where would you like to go? Face suddenly changes to one of disapproval. You can run, you can hide, but Hisao knows. Get the tasers ready, guys. You can't do that, Hisao. That's cheating. Do what? A gentleman should never ask a lady where to have a date. I should become a professional VA? Yo, that'd be fun. I want to. Ting tang. Hisao's in trouble. Her smile quickly comes back, assuring me that she's far from serious. Don't worry about it. I'll think about where we could go. I'll leave it to you then. I promise to decide on the next date, though. There are plans for the weekend made. The rest of the walk down the hill continues in silence. Hello, silence. The prospect of that lasting for any length of time, however, shattered as I catch sight of a familiar figure waiting for us, her hand held high. Yo! Akira's like, hey, what's up? Arigatou gozaimashita. A change in temperature as I step outside from the convenience store sends a chill up my spine. Feels like summer's starting to wind down. Meanwhile, spring just started for us here in New York. So I'm looking forward to nothing because the allergies are already getting to me. I've been sick all week. Not like with like a cold or a flu, but the allergies are getting to me. I've been having headaches and fevers all week. Anyway, sorry guys. Sorry I have to complain about the springtime, but it is my least favorite season of the year. Big fan of summer, big fan of the fall, big fan of winter. Spring, not so much. Looking to my side, the same feeling seems to affect Lilly as well. But unlike me, she doesn't manage to hide the fact. Something I didn't realize at first was how physically delicate she is, even compared to the likes of Hanako. Anime is dying? No, anime is never dying, Tom. Anime never dies. So long as a meme exists, anime will too. Anyway, if I had to describe her, I'd have to say that she reminds me of a China doll. Akira walks up behind her and gives her a couple of hard pats on her shoulder, much to Lily's consternation. For a moment, she looks as envious of my status as an only child as I am of their close relationship. Yeah. Talk between themselves for a moment as they sort out my bags. Their voice is too low for me to catch. Eventually, they break off and we begin to walk back to school. Yeah. It feels good to be out of that damned office. Kids don't know how good you have it here. Kids. You two, then. Kids grow up so fast nowadays. See, Tom? See, your reason is not allergy to you. Your reason is because you're British, then. You're not old enough to say that. I don't know. Being around Hideaki makes me feel damned old. He's so precautious, he reminds me of you when you were younger. He's a nice boy. It'd be a shame if Shizune comes to have too much of an influence on him. Kira gives an amused snort at her sister's antipathy. She really does seem to regard it as anything to make a serious fuss about, treating it more like a childhood spat. Is it an excuse, Tom? Then you make an excuse every season like, oh, fuck this springtime, or fuck this sweltering heat, or fuck leaves. I don't know what you say for winter. I don't know. Fuck those Americans celebrating Thanksgiving. I don't know. You have realized you murdered the English language there? Press F for respects in the chat. For the English language. She looks over to me, apparently only just remembering that I'm here. Gives a small grin as she reaches towards her back pocket. What is it? Just a sec, let me dig it out. After quite some difficulty, she managed to retrieve her black leather wallet from her back pocket, quickly fishing out what looks to be a folded square of paper. Lily, all but unaware of what's happening, Akira unfolds a scrap and hands it to me. An old photo of what looks to be a younger Lily and Shizune operating a noodle stall with some other girl in the background. She looks vaguely familiar. Can't quite pinpoint why. Wait, what? Fuck the English language? Oh no. But Tom, I have to speak some form of the English language. Even if it's American form. Shizune looks really gung-ho about this, and Lily looks like she's having a good time, you know? What is it, Akira? I think you know. Lily mulls this over for a few moments before realization dawns on her. Akira, you really needn't. It's fine, isn't it? Besides, it's like the only photo I have of you two since you entered Yamaku where you're not at each other's throats. Look back down to the photo in my hand. It does seem strange to see Lily and Shizune working together so diligently without any sign of animosity. The photo of them during Yamaku's festival. That means it must have been taken 1 or 2 years ago. In other words, a time when they were both in the student council together. Who's the girl in the back? She looks kind of familiar. Ha! I knew you wouldn't recognize her. It's Misha, before she went and dyed her hair pink. What? What? Wait, what? Wait, there are things that I am not okay with, and that I am not okay with this. That is a bombshell of information I did not expect to be dropped on me. You're telling me Misha dyed her hair pink? And like nobody stopped her. And everyone was like, wait, what? What? Ah! 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 That's insane. That's insane. Oh. Oh yeah, they did say she dyed her hair. She said, now that you think about it, yeah, Misha specifically said that she dyed her hair and everything. That's right. But you didn't really see a picture of her without her pink hair, because she had like her hair. It was in the sunlight. It was in the sun, so you could really see her hair there. I am super. My mind is blown. Anyway, that's Misha. No way. No fucking way. It was extremely strange seeing Misha without her so very distinct hairstyle. Judging from Akira's tone, she doesn't take favorably to Misha's idea of fashion. Okay, no, but the CG was because of like the sunlight, because it was like while the sun was setting and stuff. Like I just thought it was stylized. I didn't actually realize that her hair was a very different color in that one picture, because like the way it was. You know, that's what happens. You know, the sun shining in your eyes. I'm like, kind of squinting at it. Like I can't really see it that well. That's what happened. Okay. Suppose that fact just accentuates how odd the situation looks. I think they were so friendly in the past. I should do something to mend their relationship. You're being very quiet, Isao. Just feels kind of strange to see you all so friendly like this. Lily moves to say something but stops herself. In the end, this isn't a matter for me. It's between Shizune and Lily and nobody else. Things change, unfortunately. I hand the photo back to Akira, who sighs. She folds it up and slides it back into her wallet. A little memory, quietly hidden away. Pulled out again some other time later. Yeah, that'll do. That they do. Okay. Initially, I think Akira's reaction to be simply in response to the situation between Lily and Shizune. But she looks oddly glum compared to what I expect. Lily's expression has clouded as well. What's wrong? It's just that I'll be going to Scotland fairly soon. You're leaving for Scotland again? For a long moment, Akira looks surprised. It's an ill-fitting expression for her. For a glance at Lily, she turns back to me as if she's never done so. Yeah, a couple of weeks. I'll be leaving for Inverness to work at the company's headquarters. It's a pretty big jump in corporate position, and it's not a chance that's going to come again. So Akira is going to leave Japan on what seems to be a permanent basis. Can't help feeling that my assumption that we could all happily while away our days having fun in this isolated little world is coming to an end. It's unsettling. Look at Lily, mildly surprised that she hasn't told me such a thing despite usually being so forthcoming. She continues to walk with her face fixedly pointed ahead. Can't read her expression, nor can I even guess what's on her mind, which is comforting given how it's usually easy for me to do both. Hey, might be a shithole, but if you have money, and that's where the headquarters is, you could get a nice fence, okay? Reminds me of the time when we met at the Shanghai. It's before what could be called our first date. At the time, all I could do was comfort her without knowing the cause, and now it feels no different. So we finally reach the school dormitories once again. There's somewhat awkward silence. I don't think I'm the only one who feels it. See you tomorrow then, Lily. Bye, Akira. Good night, Hisao. See ya. With that, they walk to the female dormitories. Man, I can't believe Akira says that. Like, see ya. I say that to everybody all the time. I go, hey-yas, see-yas, pizzas. Anyway, opening the door to the male dormitories, I stop and look back at them just moments before their figures disappear in the heavy wooden door. That was a strange moment when Akira said she was leaving. While that wasn't the first time when my thoughts regarding my new life had been called into question, it's perhaps the first time to do it quite so profoundly. So I don't know what to make of Akira's reaction, much less Lily's. Night's chill reminds me to get back to my room before I catch something. My bag's pulling down my arms with seemingly redoubled weight. Nothing else? I have a date with her set up for the weekend. Just need to stop overthinking stuff and get on with things as they are. The exams are still ongoing, after all, and with the trimester's end and the summer's holidays beginning soon, there'll be plenty to keep me busy for a while. To give a yawn and retreat inside, my thoughts turn to what Lily will decide to set as the location of our weekend's rendezvous. Akira is me, except Akira has a lot more wine and I bring a lot more liquor to parties. Oh! Got some good music. Oh yeah. Yo, I'll jam at my workplace if they played this, man. Yo, that's what I'm gonna do. I should just bring the Katawa Shoujo soundtrack into work and just play it. I'll screw it, man. Yo, I'm gonna take a combination of music from Persona 5, from this game, and from Valhalla, open up my own coffee shop. People are like, yo, is that from Katawa Shoujo? I'm like, fuck yeah, it is. This song's called Red Velvet. Oh my god. Dude, it's smooth, man. I love it. This song's so good. Oh, when a song is so good, like, it makes me really happy. I don't know why. It's like, oh man. Like, all my stress of the day just feels nice. Feels nice, guys. Feels nice. Okay. Pretty sure this is about the last thing I had in mind when Lily said she decided where to have our date. No man nor woman is dressed in anything but their finest, a formality only matched by that of their surroundings. Rich red wallpaper adorns the walls as the city lights far below flicker and glow. This is also your ringtone, Tom? Dang, man, I thought Trancing Pulse, which is an Idolmaster song, was good, but yo, Red Velvet. Yo, if you got a phone call, I would call you every fucking day. If this is your ringtone, man, I'm like, yo, Tom, Red Velvet. I actually, yeah, that'd be the problem, right? Like, you hear the song, but man, I just want to listen to it. Like, anyway, combined with the ambient hum of quiet speech and the high-pitched clattering of cutlery and wine glasses, the mood is very formal, yet relaxed enough for me not to feel too uptight, despite this being our first real date. To get seated, our waiter leaves to attend to others with a quick bow, and an appreciative nod from Lily. Far from depending on my help, Lily's managed to navigate herself around surprisingly easily so far, despite the unfamiliar environment. Light brush here and there, and she's generally quite deft at orienting herself as needed. Oh! Yo, we got some Lily eyes. My eyes look to Lily's. Tell from her face that she's listening to her surroundings just as hard as I'm looking. The truth be told, my eyes are lingering on each time they sweep across the room. The red cheongsam she's wearing accentuates her figure very well. She shows off her legs. Even her hair is done up. And the scent of perfume is just noticeable. While my black suit may be a rental, I managed to select an appropriate one. It was surprisingly comfortable considering I'm so rarely worn one. It fits the setting just as well as Lily's attire. Good song and CG, right? Dude, it's not a Chun-Li dress. Did you not see that? Read, okay? Read. We're going back. Going back for you to read it, Alright, watch. It's a cheongsam. A cheongsam, okay? Different. Suddenly there's a different thing. Anyway. Actually, I have no idea. Sorry, guys. Chun-Li was one of my favorite characters, but you know it's been a long time, so I don't know what kind of dress she wears. Guess this is a new experience for both of us then. Turns somewhat sheepish. I've never come to a place such as this before, no. One hell of a first date, that's for sure. It's going to be pretty hard for me to top this. Small giggle. Even now, her nervousness is dissipating. Her hand skates along the center of the table until it touches a menu. She takes it in both hands and brings to her face. Hisao. She lowers the beige laminated sheet just below her eyes. You see another sheepish look. Without asking the waiter for her menu in Braille will be productive. I can read it out for you, no problem. Take mine and give it a quick read, my small grin faltering. Perhaps there is... Aw, she looks really cute in it. What's wrong? There are quite a few items on here, and I'm not completely sure how to pronounce a couple of them. When finding cuisine after another is listed. Most may be in Japanese, but if you are in English and French, guess it's to be expected, but I have no idea what's in some of these. Oh, this one I recognize. Wait, hang on. You can cook that? A small giggle of amusement comes from behind the paper sheet. Well, I can read them all out, but it'd take a few hours. Is there anything with some kind of fish in it? Let's see. No. Aren't those poisonous? No. They eat that stuff? No. Ah, here we go. Tuna salad seems to be a good bet. From the picture, it looks like it'd be pretty filling as well. That seems to be a reasonably safe option. So we're two then. Pretty sure a couple of these dishes are from poisonous animals. I've had enough deadly run-ins for now. Lilly maintains a smile. There's a distinct lack of laughter. Black humor mustn't be her cup of tea. Though to be honest, I don't find it exceedingly funny either. Ha! I'm laughing. There are certainly quite a few interesting smells wafting about. Same is true of the sights, I assume. Never been anywhere quite like this. Fancy Japanese tea house on an occasion or two. Never anything this lavish nor European in styling. Oh, really? Man, when I was a kid, I used to go to these kind of stupid functions all the stupid time. And some, the food is good, but you always have to mind your manners. The whole like freaking using your cutlery like outside to in and stuff, like, and how to exchange it and what's for what. Like, I had to know all that at one point. I mean, I read it in a book, so it wasn't that hard. And my parents really didn't give a fuck, realistically, so I could eat however the way I wanted anyway. But I learned it because it was, I was interested, because I was like, why do I need 5 different forks for this meal today? But I think that you did spell that correctly, Princess Evangel. But with that said, I will say that the one thing that annoys me more than any is not having salad forks for salads. I hate not having my 3-pronged salad forks. It's not something that people use in America anymore, and it bothers me. Anyway. Before another word can be said, a portly waiter in a distressingly tight vest appears at our table to take our orders. Preferable tuna salad de cost, please. 2. Oh, he sounding like a real person for once. Oh, I didn't mess up the pronunciation of that too badly. If I did, he doesn't show it. And may I have a glass of Chardonnay, please? Hisao? Oh, the same. The waiter nods and leaves. I suddenly realize what I said by accidentally mimicking Lily's answer. I regret it pretty quickly. Alcohol. Only a bit. This girl has an odd propensity to getting hooked on things, I swear. Lily's like, yo, I love my wine, okay? Surprising that they didn't ask for identification. Then again, I guess we both do look mature for our age. I'll have to take your word for it. Oh, that this isn't what I call the type of place to ask such things, though. Good point. We both relax a little into our seats, trying to take our minds off the choking formality of the surroundings. So as we do, the same waiter reappears at our table with 2 empty glasses and a bottle, the contents of which are quickly and professionally poured into the former. Both nod politely as he leaves, Lily taking her glass and gently moving it from side to side. Liquid inside glistens as it moves around in the glass. I have to admit, it makes me a little less regretful for ordering the same. Guess it must take effort to judge how the liquid inside is acting based only on its center of balance. Maybe it's like her origami, taking every little chance to practice her dexterity. Guess I'm not surprised that you know about a place like this. Those who have money would, I suppose. This reminds me of just how completely different our upbringings were. In Maku, it's easy to forget about social and economic disparity between students all wearing the same uniforms, living in the same dormitories. Well, Akira was the one to tell me of it. She's come here before, apparently. So that's what they were conspiring about on Friday. You chastised me for cheating. That's not cheating. It's simply making use of personal contacts. You say so, still. Get the feeling that you're more familiar with this kind of restaurant than I am. This or Grisaya? I'm gonna be very honest. I think Katawa Shoujo has a better soundtrack than the Fruit of Grisaya. I think the new tracks added by the Labyrinth of Grisaya are bangers, though. There's some really good ones in there. So, Labyrinth versus this one would be tough, because Labyrinth also has like the full soundtrack of the Fruit of Grisaya. But Katawa Shoujo beats out Fruit of Grisaya, hands down, in terms of soundtrack. But the Labyrinth, I think, has enough new tracks. But I feel that the Labyrinth so far has been more inferior. Yuji's Past is a lot more interesting in comparison, though. I feel like the after stories are kind of like fan service more than anything else. And we know it is because the Eden of Grisaya is about the true ending route, which is not any of the after stories. So, yeah, I would say Katawa Shoujo wins against the original Fruit of Grisaya, but the extra tracks in Labyrinth are very nice. And I would say then at that point it would be very tough for me to decide. And Valhalla trumps both of them. So there you go. She pauses a moment, a wistful look on her face before softly smiling. Compliment seems to brighten her mood. No spoilers though, King. You can thank my former school for that. If I were to appear any less, they'd be gravely disappointed. She has mentioned her previous schooling before, and now I'm kind of curious. Seems to think a lot about her past, so I don't see any problem in asking. What was that like? It was prestigious, all girls, and Catholic. These facts made my parents choose it for me. Many wealthy families sent their daughters there. From how it sounds, life there must have been pretty strict. I wouldn't say it was a bad experience, but you're quite right. It was very strict. Thankfully, I managed to adapt well enough and make a number of friends. Unfortunately, same can't be said for my sister. She found the atmosphere and religious aspects suffocating, ended up leaving for a job as soon as she was able to. She gives a small self-deprecating chuckle. I shouldn't complain about it though. Not many even have the chance to go to such a school. You resent your parents for sending you there, then leaving? She gently shakes her head. My family is highly patriarchal. My father, business always on his mind, was entirely lost as to what to do with me. In the end, he made the decision that my education was a higher priority than staying with the family. He simply did what he thought was best. To say such things so easily. What an unbelievable girl. That said, I'm a little surprised she doesn't think her blindness played any part at all. Though maybe I'm being too harsh on her family. Too kind-hearted, you know that? Most would hate their parents for something like that. Well, some do. Oblivious to my raised eyebrows, she takes a sip from her glass. The wine slips down effortlessly. Her fondness for it evidently helping her deal with the flavor of alcohol. Can't say the same goes for me. What of yourself? What was your schooling like? Mine? Let's see. It was a fairly normal public school, I suppose. Maybe a bit busier than the norm. I did quite well in class and played in the soccer club. So I am an only child and my parents both worked a lot. I wasted most of my free time and money at the arcade with my 3 friends. No matter how much I played though, I never did manage to beat Mai at any of those machines. Even Takumi and Shin lost to her whenever they tried. Then I'd be left trying to be the responsible adult when Shin and Mai fought. Again. It's the 4 of us, aimlessly enjoying our childhood. Those were some pretty silly times. Catch myself, I realize I'm starting to zone out. The days of my old school disappearing to the night sky and bright city lights outside the window. Lilly's face is an odd mixture of curiosity and sympathy. Given her strict schooling, I suppose something like this would seem an interesting contrast to the only life she's known. It sounds like your previous school was a lot of fun. Not really sure how much of it is nostalgia. There are some nice memories. That's in the past though. Can't go back there now. But through my accident, I found a new life I never have imagined leading. Peace in Kanyamaku. A new direction for my future in science. Friendship with Susan and Misha, Hanako, and most of all, you. She gives a deep, genuine smile as she moves her hands toward me. Her fingers are slightly searching out my face before softly caressing my cheek. Her hand reluctantly retreats after a second of warm silence. We notice the waiter arriving with our meals. Lilly does a deft job of covering her condition, except for the fact that her nod to him is slightly misaligned due to his silence. She really seems to work hard at appearing as normal as possible in public. While I noticed it long ago, I still can't quite gauge whether it's a want to not be treated differently, a slight sense of vanity, or some mixture of both. Can porn make world peace? I mean, like, Pornhub, during Earth Day, Pornhub plants tons of trees. If you're not watching porn on Pornhub during Earth Day, are you really helping the environment? Just saying, guys. Just saying, guys. The dish served lives up to the salad name, and the portion is pleasantly large. Sliced eggs and tomato, it looks very enticing indeed. Lilly takes her knife in one hand and fork in the other, quickly getting to work on the dish as I do. It's later that when we usually have dinner, so we're both eager to dig in. Cautious skewering of leaves and vaguely meat-like squares with my fork is matched by Lily's silent and measured prodding and chewing. Occasional tap around the sides of a piece of food to work out its edges is the only giveaway to our lack of sight. Done with my meal in little time, Lilly taking the last few bites as I sit observing her. Finished, Isao? Yeah, it was pretty nice. That much is very true. I never thought a simple salad could be so tasty and filling. Then again, I suppose that's why it costs so much to eat here. Content with my appraisal and evidently agreeing, Lilly gives a small nod. You know, given that you're part foreign, exotic looking, and quite pretty, I'm surprised that nobody's ever confessed to you before. You're assuming nobody did. Simple statement takes me off guard. Shouldn't be surprised, given that I was complimenting her just moments before. Really? I've received several confessions, both in this school and my previous one. Adolescence is a funny time. She's kind of talking as if she's above it herself. Huh. How easily you say such a thing. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one, so. Lilly looks surprised for a moment before a playful smirk covers her face. Is that jealousy? What? No. No, what? No. It isn't. You're a bad liar, so you should take that into account. Then again, I do appreciate how sincere you are, even if you don't intend to be sometimes. I think your honesty will always serve you well when dealing with others. Clear my throat in mock disapproval of this whole business and try to steer the conversation elsewhere. Tell the truth though, I do prefer solitude to being surrounded by others. I don't think I can maintain a social circle like you do. She contemplates this for a moment. I don't think that's true either. I've seen how gentle and caring you are around Hanako. You get on marvelously well with others, even those whom you hardly know. I think you're quite adept at social situations. On that note, what of your confessions, Isao? I'm sure someone like you must have had at least one admirer. As I open my mouth to speak, I can feel my face turn slightly dour. Times like this, I secretly appreciate the fact that she can't see my expressions. Just, one. Her name was Yorako. The one she confessed to me that I had my heart attack. There in the woods, during the winter. Lee finds herself speechless, not expecting for the topic to move in such an area. My condition has always been something of a concern for her, something that I strive to minimize despite my body's best efforts to the contrary. Afterwards, she visited me for a while I was in the hospital. For weeks she came in and talked. It was usually just small talk or classroom gossip, but that was enough. Eventually, she just stopped coming. She was there every day, then every other day, then once a week, then finally, one day she just stopped visiting entirely. Did you ever see her again? Wrapped in my own little world, shake my head before murmuring the futility of the gesture. And remembering that we have to drop a save, and we have to make a decision. I'm pretty sure we mentioned the letter, right? Because why wouldn't you? Yo, you don't have to... You know, Pornhub is a porn site made for people of age. You know, there could be youngins. Mention the letter. Let's mention it. Anyway. The memory of that single letter Iwanako sent me comes back to my mind. I never saw her again, but after I was sent to Yamaku, she wrote me one letter. Whose face shows an expression I know well. I picked her interest. I'd be slightly offended that it's simply a matter of curiosity for her, but she's never been very good at masking her reactions. You don't get the hype for porn? Me neither, Tom. Me neither. I agree with you there. I enjoy life as is. Calm. Collected. Sometimes listen to some good music. Like this song. This song's great, oh my god. In hindsight, it really didn't say much. What was going on in my old class, how she was faring, and almost as an afterthought, it was probably best for the both of us that we don't see each other again. After reading it, I ended up reassessing a lot of things I thought I managed to work out. For the most part, the letter reminded me that the world around me was still moving, just how much I'd become isolated from it. And I guess it also reminded me of what I lost. She gives the information some thought before her face lights up in realization. No doubt she's worked out that it was this letter which had contributed to my angst during that lunch on the rooftop. It's a rare sight to see Lilly quite so lost for words. Her entire persona is a little deflated from her earlier rapt interest. As charismatic as she is, in the end, that isn't any replacement for life nor relationship experience. Perhaps it is better she sent it than not. How's that? It can be difficult to work out how best to communicate with those you haven't met in a long time. All the more so, considering your separate situations. Instead of doing what was easiest, she built up the courage to talk to you one last time. Not only for her sake, but, from how it sounds, for yours as well. Maybe. I don't hate her for it. Not that I really ever did, but I don't know. Probably a more non-committal answer than I should give. But it isn't without cause. Never looked at the situation from Iwanako's perspective like that before. Seconds pass in silence before Lilly speaks again. Moving to Yamaku must have been hard for you. Having your friends and even your girlfriend taken from you for no fault of your own. The worst of it passed while I was in the hospital. Well, when all that surrounds you is 4 white walls and a small television, your mind takes on a life of its own. It's like my old school, I guess. I just try not to dwell on what's happened and keep thinking ahead. All that reminiscing does is get me down. It's largely thanks to you that it feels like things are finally getting back on track. That's pleasing to hear, Isao. She lowers her face slightly, her expression pensive. Guess I went too far and embarrassed her. Suppose you went through something a bit like that. A bit like what I did when you entered Yamaku anyway, right? I imagine the vast majority of our school students did, after all. You said yourself that you made friends in your old school. Can't imagine many followed you. Lily's deep smile drops, her expression unexpectedly darkening, and her hands retreat to her lap. For a long while she speaks. Isao, can you promise not to tell anyone else what I'm about to? I promise. She looks slightly taken aback by my serious tone, then relents and smiles weakly before continuing. When I moved to Yamaku, I did regret losing the friends I had at my other school. But there was one person whom I most regretted not seeing again. He was the reason I took up English as a future career. Considering she came from an all-girls school, that can't have been a schoolmate then. I rejected the confessions I received until then from him. For him, every time I improved my English skills, his praise was my most treasured reward. Oh fuck, is it 12:30? Tom? Just be lucky it's not 1:30 yet, because you haven't hit daylight savings. It's funny, isn't it? Someone like me, able to boast about the people who have set eyes on me, liking someone so utterly unattainable as my tutor. It truly is the most ridiculous thing. Did you... She quickly shakes her head from side to side. I couldn't. Even then, I knew it was impossible. Silence reigns over both of us. This does seem to explain how her ardent focus on her future in teaching English, but I can't help thinking of her confession to me. Happens on Mother's Day? Oh, okay. She lost him without ever letting her feelings be known. Did she somehow fear that would happen again, but with me? I don't really know what to make of it. I've heard of such relationships before. Taboos born of such things as puberty and youth. The fact that she had the good judgment not to act on it, though, is heartening. I know this must sound strange, but please, don't think of me. Why would I think any less of you for that? To be honest, I think you must have been a very nice person if you liked it so much. Not only that, but you stopped yourself before going too far. For a moment she looks somewhat lost. Most unexpectedly though, it isn't a second before she starts to laugh. The sound takes me off guard. It's not a giggle nor a strange chuckle, but honest and genuine laughter. I find myself smiling and not just at her display of relief and happiness, for her to trust me enough to let me see this most private of secrets. Before I realize it, I feel her palm touching my face. Touch is gentle as ever, with her thumb slowly stroking my cheek. You're kind, Isao. I really do love you. Seeing her face like this, with her palm gently caressing my face, I think tonight has been a wonderful night. I guess we both had pretty weird pasts, eh? I think by most standards, our present is rather odd as well. Smiling, I hang my head. Someone can easily run rings around me. Of that, I'm quite sure. I look back around the room with its continuing quiet hum of patrons. This place probably fits into the odd category too. It is a tad overbearing. It's one word for a yes. Catch the eye of a scurrying waiter, a short, scrawny guy no older than 20. Kinda reminds me of Kenji though. Unlike him, the waiter isn't dressed for winter during midsummer. For a curt bow and offer to remove our plates, Lily asks for the bill politely and softly. With expert coordination, he maneuvers around the tables, her plates in hand to retrieve our bill. Excuse me. No time he reappears through the door, smartly handing our bill to Lily. Promptly hands it to me, causing him to raise an eyebrow. To read a small computer-printed leaflet costs us considerably more than I expected. So? Quickly stammer out the amount, to which Lily merely nods and reaches for her purse. Give her a card to the waiter, who disappears once again. That was a disproportionately large amount of money. Same seems to make Lily slightly uncomfortable. My family leaves me more than enough for my education. Same goes for my sister, though she dislikes being reminded of that fact. That said, I too dislike throwing money about, but this one time, I think I make an exception. just for you. Borderlands 3? Nope, not really. I think amongst the Borderlands, I only really like 2. And 2 only because I played with friends. Like IRL. Like with with double Xbox 360s and 2 TVs. So I'm not sure if I'll have that same experience again. So I'm like about it. Not only did you choose our date, but you paid for both of us as well. Take the bridge of my nose and my fingers. Can't believe how high you have set the bar for our next date. She gives a small giggle. I'll be looking forward to it, Hisao. The waiter reappears beside us, as if by magic, and hands Lily's card back to her. Evidently picking up on her lack of sight, he placed the card in her hand with an extra, perhaps unneeded amount of firmness to make sure of her grip. Leaving, he exercised a measure of diplomacy by keeping a neutral face, despite my own expression. Clapping my hands together, I stand up from my seat in order to bring an end to our kind out. Shall be off then, my lady. My lady! Oh, Tales of the Borderlands was a lot of fun. I played like the first chapter. That was actually a lot of fun. I agree with that. Yeah. Once you saw him making weird noises, snap upwards out of my sheets and sit bolt upright in my bed, as if an electric shock had just run through my entire body. Night air feels cold against the sweat on my bare skin. I'm breathing short and rugged, nearly to the point of hyperventilation. Mind racing, I bring my hand to my head in an attempt to soothe my body's panic state. It takes me a number of seconds to realize my hand is shaking violently, even as I press it against my face. More seconds pass in complete silence, my desperate attempts to subdue my body and mind slowly, thankfully working. Gathering myself, I start taking a measure of the state I'm in. It feels like I've run a marathon, every muscle feeling tense and sweat practically pouring off me. Carefully direct my attention to the beating in my chest, measuring out the rhythm in my head. Sure enough, my unreliable heart is functioning properly for once. Just what the hell was that? A heart attack? A bad nightmare? Medicine side effect? Heard about panic attacks, and this does seem to have the hallmarks of one. Can't even be bothered thinking about it right now. I feel utterly exhausted yet completely awake after this experience. I look over to the other side of my bed, the pale white of the silent figure's face almost glowing in the nighttime darkness of the room. Just the sight of her is enough to calm me down significantly. Her graceful demeanor persists even while she sleeps. Her perfectly measured breathing and gentle face making it impossible to tell whether she's awake or truly sleeping. Giving in to temptation, I just delicately run my fingertips over her hand. Her skin is soft to the touch, as it always has been, yet warm even in the cold night. It's at times like this, silently appreciating each other's presence, that I feel we're closest. Fingers stop at her wrist and I bring my hand back down to the bed beside me. Not entirely sure why. As we became even closer to each other, it felt as if something grew between us. Not entirely sure what it is, nor whether it existed before we'd fallen in love. Everything is moving so fast, I don't mind it at all. It feels unlike Lilly to be pushing things this much. Thankfully, there aren't many students milling around in the hallway at this hour of the morning, lest I be interrogated on why I'm carrying 2 plates of breakfast to my room while dressed in an obviously hastily done uniform. That isn't to say things like this never happen, of course. A single security guard patrolling between 2 sets of bedrooms situated right next to each other is a very small force compared to adolescent hormones. Come to think of it, the fact that it's Monday morning probably helps. Not really sure why, but Mondays seem to bother me less than they do most others. Takes a little creative use of my hands and elbow. Eventually I manage to work the door to my dormitory room open. Stepping aside, I see Lily just getting up from bed, tiredly rubbing her eyes. She looks a mess, just like most other times I've seen her soon after she wakes. She really isn't a morning person. Alright, give me a second, guys. I was doing laundry, so I have to get my dryer running still, or else I will not have dry clothing later. And that'll be bad. Give me a moment, a quick moment. It's amazing when the dryer is literally right next to you in the next room. Anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. She groggily shakes her head. The morning light illuminating her makes for a very pleasant sight. It's okay. I need to get up anyway. What time is it? Put my plate down on the desk and turn the clock around to check the time. Still early. Don't worry. There's plenty of time left before school. No dry clothes is big oof. Yes, indeed. She sits on the side of the bed and begins to sniff the air. As she does so, quickly move her plate away and put it on the desk beside mine. Yes, I got us some breakfast. Shower and clothes come first, though. Stand still for a moment with her chin pointed slightly out. I gladly acquiesce and press my lips to hers, savoring the soft feeling before breaking off. A small, sweet smile, apparently quite satisfied, she slowly makes her way to the showers. Stretch to try and wake myself up a little more, briefly looking at the steaming dishes on the desk. Rice, fish, miso soup, and some vegetables. Standard breakfast for a somewhat unusual day. Grab the bottles from my desk and start taking my daily regimen of pills. Sometimes I wonder what these things are even good for, given all the troubles I've had since the initial accident. Can't even say that it doesn't hurt to take them, considering the side effects so far. Well, whatever. Doctor's orders are that I have to take them, and rationality suggests I'd be well served to trust his judgment over mine. Yeah, I wish that was true, everywhere. Trust the doctor's orders, you know? Trust the science and the medicine behind it. Anyway, it doesn't take long for the noise of the shower to cease. A quick one, apparently, being fine for Lily given her circumstances. Returning to the bathroom, she looks significantly more awake, having had the chance to collect herself. Without a word, I gently take her hand in mine and guide her to my desk. Considering I don't have a table in my room as she does, I'll have to do. Thank you, Isao. What did you prepare for breakfast? Just rice and some vegetables. Something fast. Face lights up at the revelation. That's quite a breakfast. This is normal for you. Now she's just being nice. I have a little doubt, considering her past, that this isn't exactly a high-class meal by her standards. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just because we're students doesn't mean we can take it lightly. You know, I feel very attacked right now because my breakfast this morning was me asking my boss to fire me. And he said no. He's not going to fire me. It was a combination of that and I think that's it. Oh, and Oreo cookies. That's what I ate for breakfast. Got a big pack of Oreo cookies at work. So, I got a mug of milk and I was eating that. It was good. It was good. Completely unhealthy. Very bad for you. Please don't live my lifestyle, guys. I'm sorry. Anyway, that's my belief anyway. From what others I've talked to have said, I might be in the minority. Take a seat on the side of my bed and begin eating together with Lily. Her chopsticks lightly tapping out the outlines of the vegetables, just as I noticed her do during our date. This is quite nice, Isao. I had no idea you could cook this well. Sometimes she's much more genuine, I can tell that much. That said, cooking really isn't anything special at all. For a bit of practice, it's pretty easy to make a simple dish. Most of the credit goes to modern technology. Still, after a few years of cooking for myself, I should hope so. I got bored of eating instant noodles and ordering pizza every time my parents were both working, so I taught myself how to make a few meals. Still trying to get the knack of it, though. You'll make a good wife someday, Hisao. Take a grain of rice and place it onto my thumb, carefully taking aim and giving it a good flick. Lily jumps a little as it hits her cheek, right on target. Can't help chuckling a little at her expense as she lowers her brow, tries her best to assume a harsh and serious expression. Oh, that's right. What is it? Did you have any problem sleeping last night? You seemed restless. So she was awake back then, or at least partly so. Whether it was my heart or a nightmare caused by the side effects of my medicine, last thing I want is for her to be worrying about me even more. Even before my relationship with Lily, I felt my body was a drag on everything I did. My body is my burden alone, so as long as I'm with her, I'll continue to act as normally as possible. No, not particularly. Is that so? That's good then. Luckily, she seems to take me at my word. Come to think of it, there was something else I wanted to ask. Oh? How should I put it? When you dream, do you see people and objects? Yes, of course Oh. I feel more than a little sheepish for that slip of the tongue. However earnest it may be, Lily looks unperturbed, though. But you don't taste, feel, nor smell things. Move to answer, but find myself stuck before thinking about it. The more I mull it over, the more I realize that our hypothesis is correct. Oh, really? Huh. He's how he goes cunt. Dang, Tom, come on. Wait, is that true for like other people? When do you guys dream? I don't know, cause for me, I remember sensations, I remember tastes, I remember smells, of course I remember things I see. Like I've definitely had dreams of eating and stuff too. Like where I sat down for a meal, I could smell it, taste it, hear the people around me and things like that. But is that normal? Like, cause I'm not sure, cause like, I don't talk about dreams with a lot of people. You don't taste, feel, or smell things. But is that true? Like, are there people who don't do that? Or is the norm like one of your stronger senses the big one in your dreams? Like, I never really thought about it. I just assumed that like you had your senses. I don't know, man. I don't know. Have those dreams where you get the chill down your spine too? That sixth sense. That's true, I guess. Never looked at it that way. Are you saying that you do? For the most part, I only hear in dreams, but yes, sometimes I touch and smell things as well. You remember sight, hearing, and touch, alright. I'm just asking since Akira thought it very strange that I did when I brought it up with her. If you don't either, then maybe it's due to my blindness. Oh, so there's a big difference in me and Akira. Akira also is a seer. No, I remember like smells of things and stuff too when I'm dreaming. That would make sense. Rely on your other senses more than me, so maybe that affects your dreams as well. Wait, then what does that say about me? What about people who sense all the things during dreaming? What does that say? Is there something wrong with me? I'm gonna go on WebMD and be like, alright, so when I dream I have all the senses, and WebMD's gonna be like, you're dying. Because like, you know, WebMD goes, minor inconvenience, WebMD, you're dying. It's the only diagnosis it gives. Come on, guys. The wonders of the human body, I guess. For the rest of the time before school, we quietly eat the hearty breakfast in front of us, exchanging a few small pieces of small talk as we do. Oh, I never really thought about that. I'm really curious now about dreams and stuff. I'll have to look that up later. That sounds very interesting. Quick peek out the door assures nobody's looking directly at the entrance for the boys' dormitories, so we walk out with the path clear. Ah, the weather is good today. Stretches, Lilly and I make our way outside, the bright morning sun beaming down on us. By now, a few students can be seen doing the same, making their way to the main school building either from the dorms or through the main gate. It does feel nice and warm. You all have something wrong if you think about it. Somewhere like Hisawa, AK. Alright, well, that's fair. Our hands linked and our cane tapping the ground, we begin in earnest our trip to the school building and join the chatting throngs of students around us. This will be the last day of exams, no? Yeah. How are you going in them? Fairly well, all things considered. You seem a bit stressed by them, though. It's that obvious, huh? I don't think it's just the exams, though. A lot of stuff's been happening in a short amount of time. And I'm not doing that well on the humanities subjects. You're doing well in science, though, aren't you? Well, it'll be hard not to do well in science for me. Come to think of it, didn't you say before that you weren't very good at science and maths? Someone looks very sheepish, my remark no doubt hitting home. The sense of pride really can be a double-edged sword. Yeah, I'm trying to be somewhat... I'm pretending to be professional, okay? I mean, I did say cunt before, so whatever. Well, aside from that, have you ever given thought to what you might do with that ability? It seems a pity to waste it. A bit, mostly at Muto's prompting. In any case, I'll probably end up doing science as a career in some form. That's good to hear, Isao. So I enter the gardens, I suddenly receive an unsolicited pat on the back. The green-dressed culprit danced around to meet me, friendly, not paying any heed to Lilly at my side. Oh, shoot! Kenji! The Kenji Jones is here. Anyway. Hey, man, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Hey, just been busy lately with the exams and stuff. Exams expands. A true Renaissance man needs no study to excel in such things. Kenji does strike me as the kind of person that does well in school, even if he has a hard attendance record and poor work ethic, so I have little reason to doubt his ability. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. Between studying for exams and my time with Lilly, I have practically no time to myself. I mean, this is a bit like how Yuko feels. Good morning, Seto. It's good to hear you're doing well. Feels slightly odd to see Lilly speaking so formally. She's come to address me more casually over the months, though I have seen her speak more formally to classmates from time to time as well. Some people never change, I guess. Not that I'd say her calm and polite manner is a bad thing. It was one of the reasons I liked being around her to begin with, after all. Kenji seems to take a moment to work out who it is beside me. Probably hasn't noticed us holding hands either. Wonder if those glasses of his actually do anything. Oh! Hey, Lilly! Good luck on your exams, too! I'll see you after school then, man! A slight edge to his voice makes me think those words are meant to be an imperative rather than a casual farewell. Guess I'll have to smooth things over later. Sure. See ya. Gotta borrow that from Akira's book. See ya. Kenji nods curtly. He moves to pass by us, but he's too busy glaring in Lily's general direction to take notice of her cane. Before I can try to react and save the situation, Kenji trips and reflexively reaches out for a handhold. Fortunately, said handhold turns out to be Lily's arm. Whoa! Ah. Both fall to the ground in a sprawling heap, with me left feeling rather helpless. Ah, damn, are you two okay? He quickly rises back up, seemingly unfazed by the accident. No problem, man, no problem. There's nothing my body can take much worse abuse. Lily lies face down in the grass. She doesn't look hurt by the incident, more startled than anything, and moved closer to offer my help. Are you alright, Lily? Hey, Sato? Kenji offers her a hand, tentatively touching hers to let her know what he's doing. He says some odious things sometimes, but I really think he may be a genuinely good person at heart. Imagine he feels pretty bad about this. To his surprise and mine, though, Lily pounds on the ground with her fist without warning. Damn it! Kenji freezes entirely, caught by surprise at her outburst. Just as shocked, she's never acted this way like this before, not even around Shizune. So we only now remembering that there are people around her, we slowly climbs to her feet. Her face as she does so makes me retreat a little. Oh, she looks angry! She's angry! I only catch a glimpse of her expression before she turns away, but it's not something I'll forget soon. She showed plenty of annoyance during her clash with Shizune. This flash of anger was something else. There's no way that this is just about this petty incident. She paused for a moment before sighing and walking on ahead. I really don't know what to make of this. I'll, talk to you later, dude. See ya. See you. Yeah, see ya. Yeah. Smooth things over, okay? He scratches the back of his head trying to find something to say, then shrugs and walks away, giving us a wide berth. Quickly catch up to Lily. She turns her head a little to acknowledge my presence, but nothing else. She'll probably scold her for lashing out like that. I also don't want to get into a shouting match with her. She's still very obviously annoyed. In the end, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her to cool off. For a quiet walk in, we eventually reach the top of the third floor stairs and the junction where we part every day. Turn to Lily before she leaves. While I do like the comfortable and warm silences we usually share, this was anything but. I want to leave things like this. You seem quieter than usual recently. Is anything wrong? She shakes her head almost automatically, as if to dispel any notion that I need to worry about her. It's just the exam's taking their toll. I'll be fine. I don't think that's the reason. I don't nearly say so, but decide against it. No point trying to draw it out of her. She doesn't want to tell me, especially when she's in a foul mood like this. If you're sure, I'll see you later then. As I turn down the hall to go to my classroom, Lily's soft voice rings out from behind me. Hisao, yeah? I'm sorry. With that, Lily makes off down the hallway to her own classroom, and skating along the metal railings. Wait, what? I stand still and watch her until she turns into her classroom and out of sight. We're going to my own class with a fair measure of reluctance. As usual, I'm eating. As usual, I'm eating. Wow. As usual, I'm early. Muto is fiddling with folders of papers on his desk as he prepares for the day, while a handful of students mill about chatting away. My feelings about Lily haven't dissipated. Far from it. Mention of my exam performance did remind me that I have my own life's journey to attend to. Thinking about it, I have realized I do generally want to pursue science in some form as a career, rather than it simply being the path of least resistance. Till now, though, I didn't have much of an idea where in the field I wanted to go. Just science is a pretty broad category of jobs. Something Lilly mentioned earlier focuses my thoughts. Something I'd only idly ponder about before. I'd not seriously consider following this specific path. Walked up to Muto's desk, his attention too focused on preparing for the day's lesson to notice my approach. Same every day. Good morning. He looks up with an expression of mild surprise that quickly replaced by his typical awkward smile. Good morning, Nakai. Can I help you? Do you mind if I ask you something? Looks down at his messy pile of books on his desk, before putting down the papers in his hands and standing up with some difficulty to properly address me. That's what I'm here for, after all. Ask away. I was just wondering, what would you say is the motivation behind teaching? He thinks on this question for a few moments before responding, evidently far from having a prepared answer. If you talk to 10 different teachers, I think you'll get 10 different answers to that question. While I can only speak for myself, I'd say that I teach because, He sinks into thought again, carefully assessing the way he wishes to present his idea. Think of it this way. When you were a child, you probably played with sticks and pebbles and moving water and such as the gutter or puddles, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people do that when they're young. Well, it's not just when they're young for some, though it does take on another form. My point is, though, that when one is doing that, they're curious about how the water will flow or be changed. Everyone, even at that young age, possesses an intense wonderment at how the world around them works, even in its smallest forms. I still feel that sense of wonderment about the universe. Even just reading about new discoveries or classic experiments gives me a renewed sense of awe at how marvelous everything is, from the farthest stars to the smallest puddle. I just hope that I can give others even a small piece of that wonderment I feel. If I can do that, even if it's just for one person, I think that I can be happy as a teacher. He scratches his head as he mentally reviews what he said. I feel like I understand him better now. Even if he's awkward around others, he does have a genuine want to be around them and offer them a piece of himself that he values. What Lilly told me yesterday rings in my ears. I think you get on well with others, huh? She always did say I was unusually curious. Sorry if that was a little meandering. Does it answer your question? It does. Thank you. I also had another question, actually. Oh, what might that be? Do you have any college brochures or guides? About time I started getting some applications in. He nods and bends down to look inside his desk. As he does so, I notice that he's wearing a remarkably genuine smile. I don't think I've ever really seen him act this natural around others. Perhaps this isn't Muto the teacher, but rather Muto the person. Here, if you need any more, feel free to ask. He hands me about half a dozen brochures and booklets of various colors and sizes, which I take eagerly. Yes, it will be this information which I'll use to forge my own future. Think now, for all this time and all these trials, I can finally start to see the big picture of my life ahead of me. Hisao, not just a loser made fun of on Twitch and YouTube, but Hisao, person that actually is thinking about my future. Get wrecked, scrubs. Dang, I feel bad now about myself. My body may be like this, but my mind is still very much able. Thank you. Katawa Shoujo. This is strange. That single thought had graced my mind a countless number of times since my life here began. It feels like an easy way to discard a troubling question, as if simply labeling something with those 3 words will make it go away, or at least not worth thinking about any further. My life before my heart attack feels more blurry every time I try to remember it. My mind struggles to keep up with all the events suddenly happening around me since. Oh snap! It's the picture, guys. I heard somewhere that this is what it feels like to be left stranded in a country with only the most basic understanding of the local language. Indeed, when I think about it, that seems a marvelously apt analogy for what's happened to me. Oh, we hit it! It's the sideboard! Yeah! It's here, guys. It's finally. It's time. Such situations are also supposed to make you very capable in that language, very fast, so you're forced to learn it in order to survive. Put another way, situation becomes sink or swim. Wonder if I've really managed to swim after all this time. Pack it up, we can go home. Woo! Done. Just like ends, retires, etc. The exams are stressing me out a lot, even though they're finally coming to an end. But I've remained in Muto's favor, and I have some sort of direction for my future now. I keep using that stupid, meaningless phrase. This is strange. We've achieved everything. Really is amazing how fast one comes to accept being surrounded by people with sometimes incredibly jarring disabilities and conditions. So much so that I really wonder why I feel so much like a foreigner. Certainly isn't for lack of socialization or friends. Come to know most of my classmates on first name terms, and know a few others around the school. Whether they're missing an arm or a leg, the students here are just like anyone else of their age. I can navigate the halls I once lost myself in with an ease I'd not expected to ever have, thanks to the school's logical layout, and can engage my teachers in comfortable discussion. Swirl around gently the tea in my cup, the reflected image of my face becoming distorted by the moving liquid. This is strange. I used to hate drinking tea. Maybe I'm thinking too much. The familiar sound of china rattling from a teacup touching an accompanying saucer rings out. Is something the matter? Don't worry, it's nothing. Take a long sip of the tea in front of me as the girls do. Swallowing away the time in Lily's room, sipping tea with her and Hanako feels familiar, almost nostalgic. So how's your work in the newspaper club going, Hanako? I want to know too. It sounds like it would be quite interesting. Hanako's face turns down at the attention placed upon her, though her smile belies the fact that she genuinely likes being the center of interest for the two of us. It's good, I think. It's good. I think I'm getting better at it. Naomi and a couple of her friends handle most of the jobs, getting stories and stuff. I just do the computer things, like putting the stories together and getting it printed. It's nice, so I can sit and concentrate. I see Lily's low-tech nature isn't shared by Hanako. Sitting in a room compiling other people's newspaper articles into documents doesn't strike me as overly outgoing. It is heartening to see her widening her circle of friends. Baby steps, I guess. Probably a bit much to be expecting her to become a socialite like Lily. How are you finding Naomi? I heard she can be quite troublesome at times. And Lily's going into her mothering mode over Hanako. Letting go of her is something she had to learn. Hanako scratched her cheek, thinking of her answer. Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Friends are nice too. That's wonderful to hear, Hanako. I'm glad you found a source of such enjoyment. Lily's smile is warm and genuine. I can sense a touch of wistfulness to it as well. Hanako seems to miss that entirely, but I don't think for a second that I'm imagining it. Suppose it's because I've slowly come to pay more and more attention to everything going on around me. With things seemingly happening faster and faster, it feels like I'll miss something if I'm not as observant as possible. With the exams, my newfound love life, trying to fit in some studying regarding my options for college, university, my heart condition applying the brakes on everything at irritatingly random times, my brain's been in overdrive recently. Makes me appreciate the rare quiet times such as these. Guess this is why Lily came to appreciate her weekly walks to the convenience store and her tea parties with Hanako. Despite her like of being surrounded by others, they give her a moment of peace in a chaotic and busy life. Thank God the exams are over, eh? Oh yeah, done! The comment draws an earnest chuckle from both of the girls. It's like everybody's been a lot happier since the exams ended last week. So what are you doing for the summer holidays, Hanako? Only quickly count the days in my head. Today's Monday and school finishes on Saturday. 5 days to go after all. I was thinking of traveling, just around a bit. There are a lot of places I want to see, and I think I have enough money to pay for the bus and train rides. Naomi and one of the other girls in the newspaper club said they might come along too. Her look indicates she's given the matter quite a lot of thought. Quite surprised that she's contemplating something like this. Seems she's really become intent on striking out on her own. Gotta strike when the iron's hot, you know? Gotta do it. Is there anywhere in particular you're thinking of going? I was thinking that Kyoto sounds nice. I think I'll try to go to a few places though. Lilly nods in approval, happy with Hanako's plans. While I cast my eyes to Lilly, I refrain from asking her the same question. She's been evasive with her plans for the future for a long time now. I never seem to get a good time to broach the subject alone with her. Every time it comes up in conversation, it feels like she's either unsure of herself or simply dodging a question. It's troubling. Sure to call sometimes while you're out and about. Gave you my number before, right? Hanako gives a quick nod and a happy smile on her face. It's strange to see how happy people seem to become when they have a goal to work towards. Hanako seems to brighten whenever her university aspirations are brought up, and now Hanako is just the same. Hey! Happy is important. So why do I still feel this uncertainty? Why Lilly too? Relationships really can be irritatingly troublesome sometimes. Oh, what time is it? Let's see, I'm looking at my wrist, but I'm sure he sounds to give a time, right? Take a second to remember that Lily's clock doesn't have any visual feedback. Really should know, given how many times I've been in her room. Nevertheless, I take my watch from my bag and quickly check it. The reason for her asking becoming clear. It's about 20 past 10, yearly curfew. Or in my case, it's 9 p.m. Same. Hanako rises to her feet, dusting herself off and neatening her gown after doing so. Also, if you watch this at any other time, it's not going to be 9 p.m. Or it might be. I don't know when you're watching it. It happens, okay? I'd better be going then. Good night, Lilly. Hanako-san. Sleep well, Hanako. See you tomorrow. With that, she walks to the door and quietly makes her exit. Ellipses. Silence. It seems to be happening more and more between Lilly and me recently. After a few seconds, I finally find something to talk about. Oh yeah, I talked to Muto on Friday and finally checked out some guides in college on how to apply for it. That's good news. If you're going to be applying for colleges, I assume you have some idea in mind of what you might do in the future. I think I settled on becoming a science teacher. It's going to take a while to get through university and everything to be qualified, but I think it'll be worth it. Lily's face brightens considerably at the news. I suppose with her wish to become a teacher, she's delighted I take the same kind of path. So, you've decided on a career of teaching. I think that path suits you most excellently, Hisao. I smile and nod. This time, even I know she can't see me doing so. I know she feels it. I imagine Muto would have taken to the news well. That's one word for it. Hey, Lilly? Yes. I know you want to be a teacher, but for a second I wonder whether I should really ask her the question on my mind. That's quickly brushed aside by the fact that this is rather late to have second thoughts. Surely you don't still think I'd be offended by something regarding my blindness. Science teacher, English teacher, right? Accusing tone is portrayed by her grinning face, amused by my awkwardness in raising the topic. Some things never change. Good point, I guess. I was just thinking whether or not being blind would be a hindrance, what with your ambitions to become a teacher and all. She looks mildly surprised before giving the question some thought. Refused to think she's never actually pondered this issue before. I wonder. Hisao, could you close your eyes for a moment? Okay. Raising an eyebrow, I do as she requests. The world goes dark. We're fading! We're fading! Anyway, I have no idea what she has in mind, and my question only increases as I peek out from one eye. Take the black ribbon she usually wears in her hair from the cabinet beside her bed. She advances towards me while running it through her fingers to remove any stray hairs remaining on the piece of cloth. I suddenly click onto her intentions as I feel the black strip make contact with my face, wrapping around my head and over my eyes. What exactly is this for? It's a little test, Hisao. So you seem to be wondering, I'll let you see things as I do for a time. So that's what this is about. To be honest, this actually sounds kind of fun. Childish and rather silly to anyone who would be watching, but a bit of silly fun never hurt anyone. Stand up with a heave, my hands quickly moving out in front of me to warn me of any obstacles. Okay, now what? Now, touch me. If you say so, now then. Slowly made my way forwards towards the sound of Lily's voice. My walking speed could barely even be called a shuffle. Entire experience feeling alien enough that I don't want to risk inadvertently tripping over anything, such as a table or a haphazard pile of books. Something soft yet solid brushed against my left leg. Further inspection reveals it to be Lily's bed. Move onwards, finding myself thankful that Lily's room is so neat and tidy, and the pile of books she has are generally kept close to the wall, well out of harm's way. The hard wall pressing against my outstretched hands makes me furrow my brow in frustration. Hey Lily, where are you? What are you doing over there? I'm over here. Lily's voice comes from the other side of the room, far from where it was before. Even to my untrained ears, if she's going out of the way to avoid me reaching her, then is this just a game to her? Of course it is. Compared to a life where even the concept of sight is an abstract one, a few minutes in a blindfold are nothing. Guess she's made her point. She's more than capable of navigating her room and further, seeing how independent she is even when compared to many of the others in Yamaku. Well, even if this is just a game, I might as well play it wholeheartedly. With a pace much quicker than before, I move towards the source of her voice, deftly sidestepping the table in the center of the room thanks to remembering its position. I've got you now! She gives an impish giggle, one just long enough to work out that she's passing just beside me. Quickly turn around to face a new direction. Oh, the table wasn't there before. Ow, ow, ow! Slowly sit up next to the table, raising my blindfolds around my aching head. Give an irritated kick to the table that's sitting just in front of where I fell. Utterly pointless, but the thing deserved it. So, he's still standing just to my side, obviously unsure what's befallen me. Sorry, I kinda fell over. Are you hurt? My head hurts, but I think I'm okay. Then the table moved in order to trip me over. She giggles as she walks over and takes a seat beside me, hand resting on my own. I suppose that's the end of that, then. I think so. I also think I get the point, though. Though I do wish it hadn't involved such a headache. Lily suddenly looks blank. Point? I return an extraordinarily flat look. That was just for fun? I just thought it might ease you up a little about the subject. You always seem to tiptoe around it, after all. It's a ghost table? No, it's a Roomba table, guys. It moves to where the people need it to be. In regard to teaching, sight isn't that... Actually, that's a great idea, guys. Somebody make that a real thing. A Roomba table. A floor table that moves to where you want it. Moves to where you want it to be. So it's always within reach. Do it. Regards to teaching, sight isn't that important. There are plenty of classes taught by entirely blind teachers. More than enough resources for me to learn the subject. MC table? It's as simple as that, really. Some of my soldiers give a snort of amusement. Yeah, I understand. Guess we'll both just have to work hard to reach our goals then. What is it? With a little hesitation, Lily pushes forward her chin, closes her eyes in an unmistakable gesture. More kissing! I accept gladly, our lips touching, as they do. Suddenly feel her hand snaking up to my chest from underneath my shirt. The feeling of her hand against my bare skin is enough to make my heart suddenly accelerate. So she's in that kind of mood again. Tablecun, no. Well, I'm hardly one to complain. She does genuinely like this. Even with all my medications, my libido is thankfully still intact. Leaning into the kiss further, holding her hand tightly, as I feel it tracing the contours of my chest. Eventually we break off from one another, the room silent but for our breathing. Hey, Hisao. Yep. I don't suppose you can wear the blindfold again? Tentative suggestion takes me by surprise. Poor Tablecun has to watch this shit? Yeah, well, Tablecun also has ears and stuff too, you know, as sensors. Suppose she wants to introduce me to sex through her eyes as well. Or just wants to find out what I'll be like during the act while hampered by the blindfold. The measure of unease tempered by curiosity, I do as she says, lower the blindfold over my eyes. The world becomes dark once again. Reflexively tense as I feel Lily's hand gently brush the side of my face, entirely unable to anticipate her touch. Really need to get more used to contact like this. Even after the weeks we've been going out, isn't as natural for me as it is for her. Silence? Hey, Lily? Shh. I really follow her instruction and quietly listen, trying to make out anything that's happening around me. Compared to before, when I was chasing Lily, the need to carefully navigate the room's obstacles now gone. The take my time and concentrate much harder on listening. It takes a while, but I can eventually pick out the soft sound of her breathing in the otherwise dead silent room. In, out, in, out. Anyway, measuring it against my own breathing, I realize it's definitely deeper than normal, especially for her. Another sound makes its way to my ears, but I can't identify immediately. I don't think I've heard it before, but heart skips a beat as I realize the source, and almost reflexively reaching out towards it. Her face feels softer than usual under my touch, her head just barely turning in acknowledgement towards the fingers on her cheek. So, gulp and take a moment to try and calm down. Need all the concentration I can muster while I'm like this in order to fully take in my surroundings. For a few deep breaths, I think I managed to collect myself. A touch of light that wouldn't disturb with a touch so light that I wouldn't disturb a feather, so to move my hand down her body. ASMR breathing stream Ren? Men? Never. Is that after Misha ASMR? Probably because after Misha ASMR, everyone's gonna be deaf. I can feel myself losing focus again. Thanks to those thin silken pajamas of hers resting so perfectly for the curves of her body. She's like this, that means she has to be sitting against her bed and facing me. Now to continue. Alright, this must be her hip. Just move slowly downwards. We get some grilled shrimp! Grilled shrimp! Hell yeah, grilled shrimp! Grilled shrimp. Grilled shrimp. Love grilled shrimp. More. I want more grilled shrimp! I can feel my chest tightening as I rock back and forth frantically, both of us entirely taken with ourselves. Nothing that unusual. So I need to take deeper breaths to steady myself. This feeling is just normal. No. This isn't. I can't. This pain is too much. Art! Stumbled backwards from Lilly with unseemly haste, clumsily hitting the back of my foot against the table and falling to the ground with an unceremonious crash. Breathing wildly, I frantically scrape at the ribbon over my eyes as I lay on my back. I have to get this off. I have to get this off. For a moment, everything goes blank. As a rush of newfound light assaults my eyes, my breathing slows from the brink of hyperventilation. Size the best endurance. Seconds pass, and I carefully measure out the rhythm of my heartbeats with every ounce of concentration I can muster. My heart is normal. It's back to normal. Body feels utterly bizarre as I lay dazed on the floor looking at the ceiling. Adrenaline from before is still pouring through my veins, but my mind is completely exhausted. Prop myself up as I hear Lilly getting off the bed and coming towards me. Hisao, are you okay? Hisao! I'm fine, Lilly. I'm fine. She gives a sigh of relief, her worried expression collapsing. Her face afterwards is the very last I ever want to see from her. It's a face I detested when I first saw my parents in the hospital all those months ago. Pity. Lilly pities me. Just close my eyes and turn away powerless. Feel like throwing up. Hear the sound of Lilly moving away and quickly attending to herself. Ruffling of her clothes being pulled back on after a moment of searching, just barely audible. Sorry. She slowly shakes her head as she finishes buttoning up her top. Her kind smile looks so fragile, so delicate. It makes her heart sink. Approaching carefully, she feels out the edge of the low table before taking a seat next to me, putting her arms around my chest. I'm sorry, Hisao. Shouldn't have pushed my desires onto you. You don't need to apologize. I'd normally be fine. You've seen that much before. Guess I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. My eyelids feel heavy. Calmly sitting next to her like this is probably letting the adrenaline work itself out of my system and letting my mind relax. So that's why you never took the lead. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like to, huh? The joke seems to lighten her expression a little. Oh, okay. Hisao's the sub. Joke seems to lighten her expression a little, a fact which helps me feel less unease about my unreliable self. Lily's head comes to rest on my shoulder as I struggle to keep my eyes open. More difficultly after each blink, I feel completely drained. It's okay, Isao. It's all okay. No sooner does she say this than a small, quiet tune escapes her lips. Probably too tired to think, all I can do is listen to her soft humming. It's a soft, almost melancholic tune. It sounds so familiar, but the more I try to remember its origin, the less I seem able to concentrate. Feeling the center of her head gently resting on my shoulder, and her warm body against my side are soothing. The soft humming of her voice, too, relaxes my mind as much as her warmth relaxes my muscles. The singular quiet moment, after all this fracas, makes me realize just how exhausted I've become. I can feel my eyelids slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Even with the chaos of before, I wish this moment would last forever. Lilly and I together, sharing a single, solitary occasion together, just as we used to. But if that's the case, why does she feel further away than she's ever felt before? Dun dun dun! Why? Why is it? What's happening? I don't know what's happening, guys. Ah! I've been shot! Dead. Anyway, joking aside, the loud clatter of books falling into the return slot abruptly breaks the grip of silence over the school library. It's become a habit for me to come to the library at least once a week. Not only does the reading itself keep me busy, but discussing books with Hanako and Lilly also does. Obviously startled, Yuko suddenly twists towards the direction of the noise. I've thought her used to people dropping books by now, since she does work here.
Oh, hello Isao, back again.
Takes me a moment to respond to my mind, still distracted by the familiar melody of Lily's humming that's hardly left my ears into several days' spin since I fell asleep to it. Oh yeah, just returning some books I borrowed. She casts her eyes downward, presumably to the bin that the books dropped into.
You're a very heavy reader, aren't you?
It's become a bit of a routine now. Pass the time, at least.
I wish I had free time to pass.
Small talk to depression in less than 5 seconds. I think that's a new record for her. She seems a bit down in general today, even compared to normal. Considering she has to work 2 jobs just to support herself, see how that would take a toll on her lifestyle. When I think of it, pay her for her job here can't be all that bad. The idea of staff in such a prestigious private school going hungry strikes me as counterintuitive. Working 2 jobs must take a lot of time. I probably never managed it.
You're lucky being a student. Do you think you'll be able to go to university?
She's asking, and I guess that's the expected result of having this kind of education. Private schools like this don't exactly come cheap. I guess. I have the money, I think. Got plans which will require going to one. My grades are good enough. It's more a matter of how I'll pay to do so.
University costs so much that I'm having to work 2 jobs to afford to enter it. Paying for daily expenses too makes it a lot harder. If you're reading this much though, that means you're doing well in school, right?
Interesting logical jump. Not an altogether wrong one though. Suppose so. Didn't find any of the exams very hard, aside from maybe 1 or 2. Do you mind if I ask what studies you're pursuing in university? Yuko appears to genuinely brighten at the question. She said, hell yeah.
Anthropology. To be specific, I'm specializing in the history of classical era Athenian civilization and democracy.
She really seems to know her stuff. Such enthusiasm is to be admired, and it's nice to see her genuinely excited about something. I guess even somebody like Yuko can be happy if she has a visible road ahead of her. Somebody like Yuko? I mean, Yuko can be happy, okay? That's good to hear for you. Phone called. Both of us jump at the sudden interruption coming from my pocket. Apologizing profusely and quickly shuffling into the hallway as I fumble with the cover of my mobile phone and glance at the screen. Weird, it's a mobile number I don't recognize. Considering I can count the number of people with my number on one hand, I briefly wonder whether it's some telemarketer that lucked out. Hello. This is James Bond. No. Hello, Hisao Nakai speaking. Is that Akira? Jeez, pick up faster next time. Anyway, guess who? It takes me a second to recognize its distinctly deep, brusque voice. Oh, it's Misha! What? I'm sorry. Hey! Hey, Misha, didn't expect you to call me. Oh, no, it's the one Akira. Huh? You actually thought I sound like her? Not at all, Akira. I don't remember giving you my number, though, so I thought I'd mess with you.
Oh, that? I got Lilly to give it to me, not hard.
Okay, so, yeah, that was... When did... I mean, let's be honest. I bet Hanako, Lilly, Shiza, and Misha all have Hisao's number at this point. So Akira got so, of course. She possibly brims with pride at the statement. She's trying to get me caught up in her pace, I know it. Suppose I shouldn't be surprised that the two would share my number, though, given how close they are. So, what's up?
You free right now?
I guess. Why?
Could you meet me at the park in town? I just want to talk to you about some stuff.
Is that an invitation to a date?
What? Of course not.
Sounds suddenly crestfallen. Previous teasing nature having instantaneously left. It seems strange for her. Anyway, I don't see why not. When do you want to meet?
Kind of... now-ish.
Wait, right now? But it's... Did silence suddenly come from the phone and announce the fact that she has unceremoniously hung up? Misha equals Akira equals anime? What? Are you saying that we're all the same person? Put all those names together, you get Misha Akaranime. I don't know. What's that kind of name? For a long time, I just stand there staring at the call ended message on the screen or playing the conversation in my head. What the hell, Akira? I glance up and down the street, across the road, and step into the park. Learned to pace myself on such walks, mostly because of Lily's slower speed during our forays into town means I have to consciously slow myself down. That aside, Akira didn't expect me to be immediately prompt. Takes only a couple of seconds to spot her, waiting on the bench with a can of beer in her hand. Got a drink! Gosh. The look she gives me as I walk up lacks any hint of acknowledgement or agreeing. What's with that look? Needn't have come, you know.
I knew you would. You're that kind of person, after all.
Lower my brow to remark as she disposed of the can, empty by the time I arrived, and a metallic clatter rings out. Kura takes a seat on the old wooden bench, and I follow her lead. Takes another can of beer from beside her and opens it before speaking. Take a large gulp. She seems to really like that stuff. Suppose I don't need to ask what this is about, or rather, who's it about.
I heard from Lilly that you asked about our family.
Sure, more than phone numbers, that's for sure. Probably be very worried right now if it weren't for the total lack of malice in her voice. Rather, her tone sounds almost wistful. Idle curiosity, mostly. I have to admit, never have guessed you two were half Scottish. She gives a wry chuckle of amusement.
I've heard that before, trust me.
Small smile falls from her face, her eyes looking ahead distantly. Aside from the occasional elderly couple talking as they slowly walk the meandering paths, the odd aging car, it's pleasantly quiet. Oh look, there's old man Jenkins just walking like, oh, it's a beautiful day to all walk, isn't it, dear? What? I said it's a beautiful day. What? I love you too, dear. What? Anyway.
She didn't tell you everything though, did she?
It's pretty brief. Her parents live in Scotland. She hasn't met them since she was 12, and she wants to meet them again.
It always surprised me how devoted she is to our parents, for all the good they did us.
The way she says it sounds almost derisive. She gives a small sigh as if to quickly brush the feeling away.
Why do you think they left, Isao?
Why do I think they left? Well, Lilly told me it was because of work. I guess a pretty decently paying job was involved as well, given the way your parents seem to live. So Lilly went to private school, and that's why she carries herself with the airs and grace of the upper class.
Yeah, since the businesses in Vernus bloomed, her father decided to move directly to the same city as its headquarters. That's just a conclusion I thought you'd come to, though. You're too good-natured.
You don't think they left for their career?
I'm sitting here bitching to you about it. What do you think? Yamako Academy. Always felt that place was kind of creepy. Like it was an isolated hideaway for those proper society doesn't want to see nor hear. They probably just rued the fact that Lilly wasn't old enough to be shoved there by the time they left.
Long silence follows her abrupt and very harsh criticism of her own parents and Yamaku. Lily's blindness hardly something that could be simply ignored for a high-class family attempting to keep up appearances, much less so when a lucrative offer is on the table. Eventually, Akira gives a derisive snort, her feelings coming to a head. Moving to a secure financial future with his new job posting. Yet this time, I hardly believed it. Not wanting to simply be an avenue for her venting, I gently tried to steer the discussion. So you stayed in Japan with Lilly then? Either I stayed with her, or she went to live with an alien grandmother and grandfather. What about Shizune's family, for cousins then? Our fathers hate each other. I have been more than happy to tell them to go screw themselves and live with them anyway, but Lilly wouldn't have wanted that. I also had an offer for a job by then, so we did our best to keep our parents' house in proper shape. Try to continue our lives as if they never left. So you just lived by yourselves? Basically, Lily had school, I had my job, so we weren't exactly languishing. With her schooling, her studying, and having to do chores while I worked though, I can't help feeling like I failed her. In the end, I tried to be there for her and screwed it up. Expecting a 19-year-old to be a mother for a blind child, it's ridiculous. So Lily and Akira lived alone after their parents moved, Lily largely taking care of herself. Because that explains her apparent independence compared to many in Yamaku. May have lived alone much of the time since my parents both worked, but that's just something else entirely. Sorry for making you listen to my moaning, Sal. I don't mind it at all, but do you mind if I ask you why you're telling me all this? You always were curious. Context, I suppose. Life isn't a fairy tale, Sal. So you'll have to learn that the hard way. She took a long drink from the can in her hand, her face becoming more depressed and distant. I broke up with my boyfriend a few days ago. After I leave, I'm not going to be able to see each other again. Alright, Night King. That's how life is. Can't just set your life up and expect it to stay that way forever. Sometimes stuff happens that you have to roll with, even if it means hurting yourself or others. She took a long breath before looking up at the bright orange sky. Damn, if I smoked, I could take a nice long drag right about now and look kinda cool. I want to respond to help her in whatever way I can, but I feel utterly useless. The kind of situation is one I've never been in. And I simply don't have the experience to say anything meaningful to comfort her. Is this y'all stream? Alright. Kira looks over and evidently picks up on this, much to my embarrassment. I must look pretty pathetic right now, whining about this to someone I barely know. Hardly. I'm pretty much an expert on looking pathetic. She gives a chuckle, the act feeling like a personal victory for me. You're a good kid, Hisao. When I said that I approved of you being with my sister, I wasn't joking or just being nice. She picks herself up off the seat with a grunt, one that seems ill-fitting given her age, and throws the now empty can into the bin after one last swing. It's just unfortunate that doesn't really count for much in this world. When I said that I was leaving for Scotland, I was doing it because a good position opened up in our company's headquarters. Our folks told me that when we were at their place, though, they also gave Lily a summons to rejoin them in Inverness. Oh, snap! No way. Her evasiveness when asked about her future, the awkwardness that had steadily grown between us, the uncharacteristic outburst of anger. All then suddenly fit into place. The same family that she reminisced about after Hanako's birthday party. The same family that left her and Akira to themselves after taking flight to greener pastures. And I feel stupid for never cornering Lily on what was bugging her. Never even considered if something had happened during her trip to her family's home in Inverness. And now a sense of unease grows in my chest. Her family had summoned her to join them in Scotland, all the way on the other side of the earth. Has she accepted? Lily hasn't told me whether she plans to accept. It seems she hasn't told you either. That's why I called you down here to talk, Hisao. Context, huh? Sit back, my feelings of worry and frustration no doubt written all over my face. Lily's a strong person, Hisao. She's not infallible. Guess it's my job to worry about her, being her older sister. I think that you deserve to know. I understand. You okay? Sound depressed. No, I'm just being pathetic. The best at looking pathetic. Good job, Hisao. Now we can make fun of you for anyway. I'm just thinking. That's good. Thinking is good. Being rash won't get you anywhere. She looks at her watch, barely moving her wrist. We gotta go. You be okay? I'll be fine, don't worry. I'll have to talk to Lily about it and get everything sorted out. She gives a smile, but doesn't feel all that genuine and sincere. Really, both of us are dancing around the fact that Lily's on the precipice of the biggest decision of her life and is trying to take the entire burden on herself. Part of that burden is the matter of our relationship. By the time I look up, Akira is already walking off with her hand held up. For the first time in a long while, I finally have an answer to something. Perhaps not even that, but at least I now have the right question to ask. Will you leave or will you stay? Should I stay or should I go now? Right? Oh no, what's gonna happen? Will you leave or will you stay? To see the conclusion of whether... Oh, it's raining! It's pouring! Hurry, Lily.
I'm moving as fast as I can.
I barely make out Lily's voice over the deafening pounding of the rain. You know, I dislike pulling her around. The situation calls for it. Turn forward my free hand over my head in a futile attempt to keep at least my hair dry. Vision seems to be in grayscale. It's really as rotten weather for summer and the last kind of climate I want for a date. A pity. I didn't check the weather forecast before our hands, one of the very few times I've ever done so, only for it to say that Sunday afternoon will be fine. It'd be fine. Why isn't Jigoro the worst parent in this game? You have to take a look at it another way. From what it sounds like so far, it sounds like Lily's parents didn't really know how to deal with the blindness, so they're just like, alright, forget it. We'll put her in school. She'll go to school. Once they're like, you know, Lily's learned all these manners and she's a very capable human being, they're like, you know what? I feel kind of embarrassed for just going, yeah, we're just going to put her through the school and hope everything goes well with it, because it did. So, it's like, we acknowledge that, and now we're going to want her a part of our life. Very different Jigoro, who's like, I don't care about anything, kind of guy, you know? I still say Jigoro's the worst parent. Anyway. Look at Lily. Well, in this game, anyway. Look at Lily. Her shoulders are by now completely drenched, with her right hand holding tightly to mine and her left gripping her retracted cane. This horrid downpour came on just as we were between our destination and Yamaku, so we decided to try rushing the rest of the distance rather than doubling back. Apparently unused to running this fast, Lily's using all her concentration just to avoid tripping over.
So, do you know where we're going?
When she's reduced to shouting to try and be heard over the combined noise of the wind and the rain. The rest of my voice completely drowned out by an even heavier burst of rain.
The what?
The Shanghai!
How far is it?
It shouldn't be far now. Doesn't take long before I call out to her once again. It looks like we're safe. It's just up ahead. Quickly pull off up to the stop just in front of the familiar exterior. Lantern outside still giving off its reliable glow, and wait for Lily to catch her breath before going in. Ladies first. The tiny bell inside rings out when I hold the door open for her. Smile and a polite nod between be my reward before entering myself. I step in behind her and wipe my feet. Only a quick glance is necessary to notice a distinct lack of activity. The Shanghai doesn't seem to get much in the way of patronage, and today's no different. Only a couple of tables are occupied. Hey, a couple of tables better than zero. So my bell's ringing, a most expected person comes to greet us.
Welcome to the Shanghai.
Yuko looks chipper today. Trying to predict her moods is pretty hard. This is a nice change from the norm.
Hello, Yuko.
Hey.
Good afternoon, you two.
Bow! Takes a deep bow, somewhat taken aback as she rights herself again and gets a better look at us.
What happened to you? You both look...
I drift towards the glass of the door behind us.
Oh dear.
We're inside now, at least. I think that's the most important thing.
It's nice and cozy. You're lucky to be working inside today. It has been nice and quiet. I like days like this. Oh wait, sorry. Is there anything you like? French vanilla tea, please.
I'll have the same.
Right, coming right up.
She quickly skitters off with a determined look on her face. Determination. Trying very hard not to forget our orders. If nothing else, she is at least dedicated to her jobs. Lead Lily to an empty seat before the two of us settle down. As usual, there's a large difference between my exhausted flopping down into my seat, Lily's delicate sliding into hers, a cane set beside her. For a while, I just idly watched the rain falling outside. The occasional person runs down the street trying to stay as dry as possible, hands often tightly gripping a rain-soaked umbrella. Lily sits just as quietly as I, her eyes closed as she intently listens to all that's happening. It's a comfortable, relaxing silence that exists between us, the type we'd so often shared together in the past months. For Lily, at least. Can't help replaying the words of her sister in my mind. Times contrasting them to both our time spent together since I entered Yamaku, and the way we've been since we started dating. No matter how much I try, I can't work Lily out. It's as if the harder I try to second-guess her emotions and her potential decision, the more difficult it becomes to reach a clear conclusion. Makes me doubt whether I'd ever really understood her. In the end, I'm going to have to ask, even though I very much want to avoid doing so.
You seem quiet today, Hisao.
Really? No, I'm not just saying. I'm not saying you're hiding something from me, Lily.
You seem so enthusiastic about taking me out on a date. I'd assumed you had something specific you wanted to do.
No, not really. Just want to spend some time with you.
Is that so?
Fine, that was one thing. A little grin finds its way onto Lily's face, her knowing full well that she's bested me. Makes what I want to say all the more awkward. It was just, Kira and I were talking.
Oh.
What's that tone?
You two do seem to get along well, don't you?
Well, I do think she's a pretty cool person to talk with. It'd be nice if any of the other teachers were anything like her.
Cool.
Cool. For a moment I tried to place her tone of voice, my mouth curling into a smirk as I realized it. Not jealous, are you?
I'm not jealous.
For her teasing me over such a thing on our first date, I don't feel too bad having a little laugh at her expense this time around. As we settle down, though, it's only a minor distraction from the real point of why I brought Lily here. Don't worry, it was mostly just everyday stuff. That said, there was something Akira mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. When you were seeing your family in Inverness a while back, she said,
Akira told you about my family's summons, hasn't she?
Seconds ticked by while I tried to read Lily's face. An odd mixture of feelings written on it. She seemed annoyed but also somewhat confused.
Here.
She attentively slides her drinks on the table, her person's oddly small. She walks back to the counter after a quick polite nod. Realizes the air between me and Lily is thick, and her expressions are both somewhat pensive. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Playing the serious music too.
Even though she says I should lead my own life, she still interferes at the worst times.
I don't think you should blame Akira here. She's looking out for you, and it's not like I can't understand her concern over this. Lily's irritation gives way to an awkward and largely unsuccessful attempt to mask her feelings. She really doesn't deal well with being cornered on personal topics.
I know, but I just wanted some more time. I knew you'd figure it out eventually, but...
You were intentionally hiding this from me. For how long were you planning to do so?
As I said, I simply wanted more time to think it through. I wanted to be sure of my decision before telling you.
What did you decide to do in the end? I know what I want her to say, but an awful feeling refuses to leave my gut. Hashtag one dedicated talk. Yep, fair.
My family does dearly want me to return to them, and Akira will be going as well. I could still teach as a career, whether it be here or there.
So, you're going. How long have you known? I already know you were asked when you first went to Scotland about a month ago.
Some time.
The frustration very nearly boils over. The fact that she's done this affects me more than it should. For her to not only be leaving, but to have her actively hiding her own plans from me, after seeming for so long to be the one solid pillar of support and reliability I could depend on. Feels as if the foundation underneath me is suddenly shifting drastically, much faster than I can adapt to. Perhaps this isn't so much frustration as sheer unease. Lilly.
I'm sorry. I wanted to think this through completely. I wasn't trying to take advantage of you, please.
I know, Lilly. I know. It's just really sudden. I guess this means that once you go, we'll be breaking up. For one of the few times I've seen since I met her, she's genuinely lost for words. She doesn't look surprised. No doubt because the fact that had dawned on her once she became sure of her decision. Rather, she appears genuinely unsure of how to deal with the situation now that's in front of her. No, this is going towards the good end. I think, somehow.
We could try pursuing a long-distance relationship. They're getting more and more common these days, after all.
As she says it, the tone of her voice gives away that she doesn't truly believe what she's saying. Lilly's far too old-fashioned to be able to cope with a relationship without any kind of physical presence. And even I am, to an extent. All we'd ever be to each other would be a voice from the other side of the world. In the end, trying to rationalize everything is futile. Any attempts to try and connect what's happening with the future or past just seems to get more difficult the more I concentrate. Those quiet moments when we just walk side by side, the precious time we spent with Hanako and Akira, the casual chatter we had during lunchtimes, the times we made love, the confessions of our feelings to each other. All pointless, all just a fleeting moment in our young lives. We're just two children pretending to be adults, aren't we? Long, long silence hangs in the air between us. The noise of the other patrons drinking and talking only makes the situation feel more strange and disconnected. Lily's face remains low, her dejected expression clouding it.
I'm sorry, Hisao.
Simple apology and no more. She's left entirely without any further response or comment. With a long sigh, I gather what's left of my thoughts and ask the final question I have for her. When will you be going?
I'll be leaving with Akira, so it'll be a little less than a week.
Beginning of summer holidays.
Just a little afterward, yes.
Her tone is unusually slow and steady. Her apologetic and depressed mood all the more written to her face as she tries to hide it in her voice. At the end, I can't even keep my promise of going to Tanabata with her before she leaves. Look down, see my face reflected in the by now lukewarm cup of neglected tea sitting in front of me. It looks suspiciously like the one we saw before. I really thought I left this kind of expression behind. For a while, I just stared down into the still surface, trying to sort through my emotions to get at what course of action I should take, whether it be right now or in the future. This route still tilts you after all this time, Tom. What's that mean? I guess we'll get to that, but just as before, the effort is wasted. I glance up to see Lilly gently sipping her cool tea without complaint, face drawn and shoulders slumped. She looks to be deep in thought, too. A strangely cold atmosphere coming between us as we isolate ourselves to mull things over. As Lily's cup slowly empties, mine remains untouched. It's a long time before I notice the rain dying down outside and the few other patrons of Shanghai having left. The chill of the rapidly darkening evening permeates the dormitory hallways. While trudging down the corridor to my room, I see an unwelcome movement from up ahead. Sure enough, the opening of the door opposite mine heralds the arrival of a bespectacled Kenji. Hey man, what's... Whoa dude, you look awful. I think. You okay? He really has a knack for making any situation better. I don't really want to go into it. It's late. Okay, that's cool. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm, here. Look at him for a moment before surrendering my stern front and awkwardly scratching the back of my neck. Embarrassed by my standoffish response to him. Thanks, Kenji. Salt! Hey, it's cool. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah, you're right. See ya. Open the door to my own dorm room and close it behind me as he quickly waves me off. The solid thud the door makes against the door frame sounds out a final call for the life I've led. Life I've led since coming to Yamaku. Wow. Man, everything's ending for itself so badly, even I'm getting bad at reading the dialogue. Ooh. I stand in my darkened room, fruitlessly attempting to work out what I should do from this point onwards. Just what should I do? Get this scene. It's class ends, I simply rest my head on my hand and stare out the window to pass the time. It's been a few days since Lilly told me her plans. I haven't been to our ordinary lunchtime hunt since then. Not that there would be much point. Hanako's been busy with the newspaper club she's newly joined, has even begun talking in class with Naomi every now and then. Even Lilly, aside from the fact that a meeting between us would have been awkward in any case, has been run off her feet with class representative duties as the summer holiday approaches. And now they're just about here. At the end of today's bell, the summer holidays will have begun. Suppose that's all I'll end up doing. Will be visiting my parents for a duration and lazing about my old home, now that my previous plans are entirely askew. Meanwhile, Akira and Lilly will be en route to Scotland to live out the rest of their lives there. No matter how hard I tried to rationalize the idea that once the summer holidays begin, my life will return to the way it was, it simply refuses to happen. Everyone's moving on with their lives. Lily's rejoining her family, Akira's moving up in her father's business, Hanako's gaining new friends and hobbies, even Yuko's moving ahead with her university aspirations. Even I'm moving forward in the end. The grades have gotten so far in Yamaku, much less after such a rocky beginning. The path to get into teaching science as a career seems straightforward. Suppose I should at least be happy about that much, but it doesn't really seem to help. Hee-chan! Quickly stopped my ruminating and turned to face the bubbly voice beside me, putting on the most upbeat expression I can muster. As expected, Shizune stands flanking her, sneaking suspicion they want something from me. Hey, Misha. Shizune, what's up? Well, Shi-chan and I were thinking, since we're just two poor little girls that need help with all the work we've been given just before the holidays begin. Sure, I can help. But Hee-chan, we really need... What? I think I broke Misha. Oh, we broke Misha, guys. I mean, she's raised an eyebrow and her accomplices shuddering stopped in her tracks. Well, so you'll help us, Hee-chan. I just said I would, didn't I? It's hardly like I have anything better to do. Maybe helping them with their work will help take my mind off the situation. Misha seems genuinely ecstatic when I respond, but Shizune's expression is clouded and difficult to read. I find myself quickly averting my eyes from her own, as it almost looks like a face of pity. No doubt, must just be my imagination. This is hardly the first time I've been in the student council room. Indeed, I found myself down here often, either to help Lily with the class rep work, or sort out one thing or another with the student council itself. Now, though, it's quite a different place. Error 404, Misha not responding. Misha cannot be found. Papers and folders are strewn across every table in the room, only a solitary little black laptop on top, a single desk sticking out from the mess. Oops. It's positively ancient. I guess it has been valiantly serving its task and archiving information for years and years. That looks like a pretty ancient thing, yeah. So what needs doing? It's like a lot to do. Would you like to send a report? Send it to Shizune. Shizune's expression becomes determined as she signs. It's a worrying look. Everything, Hee-chan! My worry was well placed. Everything, you say? What's left on the desk is what needs to be done. It all needs to be digitally recorded, which is what the laptop is for. And I'm guessing that I'll be the one doing this? Shi-chan says she saw you with the computers in the library a few days ago, and that you seemed really good with them. Good with computers? I can touch type, I guess, but still seems like an overestimation of my skills. I was just typing up homework. Wait, Shizune was watching me do that? One must know their allies before they can know their enemies, of course. Wow, that's pretty wise. For once, it's not very hard to work out who said that. Who said what. Nonetheless, it doesn't seem worth fighting over. Sitting at a computer doing some typically hard typing hardly seems onerous as far as tasks to help Shizune and Misha go. Besides, it will help to take your mind off things. Take my mind off things? Take my mind off what things? Shizune's face goes blank as she translates this for Shizune. The latter's response is only to glance away towards the window after briefly signing. Misha's face quickly returns to a smile as she translates back. She's confused, I guess, but she says it's harder to pin down.
I was just thinking, you may like to get your mind off the exams, of course.
Either way, may as well get into it sooner rather than later. I'll go along with you.
That's the spirit, Hee-chan.
The spirit. Goodbye. Goodbye, T. You served well, T, but now you're empty. Just an empty bottle. There's only water left for me now. After the 5th spreadsheet compiled and saved, time for the next month's. For a little bit of fussing around, we all managed to get a bit more organized. Shoujo has been gathering up the loose sheets and thankfully sorting them into a neat pile next to me. Meanwhile, Misha's been handling the manual writing work, her girly pink pen leaving its unmistakable mark on paper after paper. Once I got myself into a rhythm, it really wasn't so bad. Shoujo and Misha all seem to be in the swing of things, wordlessly communicating as they go about their business with fervor. Periodically glance at the sheet beside the laptop, apparently a list of students' names and matching addresses. As I dutifully enter the data written on it, I don't pay a lot of attention to what I'm typing until I reach about midway down the page. Hakamichi, Class 3-3. Huh. Family's home is in Saitama. My idle curiosity is ended abruptly as 3 light taps can be heard rapping on the door. She quickly skips over to check who it is, tapping Shizune's shoulder on the way past to let her companion know what's happening.
Ah, you're here.
Who is it? Slight pause to enter Shizune's data into the filing along with all the others. I'll go to check who's at the door. Lilly. Dun-dun-dun! I give you a cursory nod to Misha in greeting. She perks her head up in her trademark manner.
Is that Hisao?
It's pretty darn good at working out my voice from the smallest of phrases nowadays. Yeah, it's me. Hey, how's it going? Just a little depressed, you know. The atmosphere feels slightly awkward as she bows. Neither of us knows quite how intimate we should be around each other, given she's leaving in just a matter of hours. This is a fact that thankfully neither the oblivious Misha nor the hardworking Shizune pick up on. So you got work to do as well.
Unfortunately, I arrived as soon as I could. My class held me up with a surprise farewell party. I had to get changed.
Glance downward at the laptop's clock. It's pretty much the end of lunchtime. So I'm guessing Lily managed to wrangle the last period off as well.
I take it Shizune is here as well.
Oh, that's right. So this is gonna be the it's gonna be a lot of Misha and Lily in a moment, huh?
Of course. And I've been here during all of the lunchtime as well.
That last comment was really not needed. She is baiting Lily into another argument. I can feel it.
I'm sorry I can't be as hardworking as you, Shizune. I'll endeavor to hire more lackeys to do my work in the future, I assure you.
Lily just took the bait, escalating things further. Oh, it's going down!
But aren't you the one always outsourcing work to your classmates? The difference is that they choose to help, unlike your tyrannical grip on your own class. Tyranny works! Even if we did things differently, we still got the same results, right? This is school, not a police state. You will have to remind me when you were appointed class monarch, I'm afraid. You have to seize power. It's not as good if it's just handed to you. But I guess you wouldn't really understand that, right? You'll also have to remind me when monarchs were elected into their positions.
Lily positively bristles at this. She's in his 2-hit combo forced her onto defense.
Yet for all your vaunted power, you cannot get one person to help you without forcing him. But Hisao volunteered. He's such a hard worker. He's doing this instead of meaningless socialization, right? Is that so, Hisao?
This is bad. Really between a rock and a hard place. As much as it may pain me to do this, truth has at least a chance of stopping this argument here and now. It's okay, Lily. You didn't harass me to come or anything. It gives you a disapproving grimace, silently radiating her strong feelings of displeasure in my general direction. She'd be quite scary when she wants to be, though thankfully that isn't often. Hee-chan, you make that sound like it's a regular occurrence. It isn't? In the end, it doesn't matter so long as everything's getting done at a good pace. Let's just get this work over so we can go home. She then snorts derisively and gets back to marking off the sheet in front of her. Lily sighs and finds her way along the room, her hand following the filing cabinets lined along the walls. This will mark the only time I managed to successfully defuse one of these situations. With a grudging ceasefire built around mutual fear and respect, it makes this feel more like the Cold War than any real peace. Yeah, that's true. Can't take all the credit though. Lily's leaving her has surely affected Shizune to some extent, to make her give up so easily. Moments before getting back to my work, I noticed Lily reaching up to grab something from above a filing cabinet. I almost offered to help, but her height gives her ample ability to take it down safely. Getting passively aggressive? What do you mean, Tom? When she sets a strangely shaped device on the desk beside me, I realize just what it is, sort of, as she takes the old green covering off and sits down. At first glance, it seems to be an old metallic blue typewriter, but it doesn't take me long to realize it's far from ordinary. It has far fewer keys than expected. Those it has show no lettering printed on them, where the shadows cast by the tiny braille dots on them give a hint to the thing's purpose. Blind typewriter?
Oh, this? Well, you're not far off. It's normally called a Perkins Brailer, but it's basically a typewriter for the blind, yes. It presses braille into the page rather than text, which is why it has fewer keys.
Huh, that's really neat. It's a lighthearted grin at my curiosity over it. I have to admit that it appeals to my sense of novelty. Without further ado, we each get back to our allotted tasks. The loud clunking of the mechanics in Lily's brailer, the tapping of the laptop's old and weird keyboard quickly filled the room. Tippity tap tap, tippity tap tap, tippity tap. Anyway. It's a nice atmosphere, really. Everyone knows what they have to do, and Lily and I get to sit beside each other and exchange the odd word as we work away. Nostalgic. That's what it feels like. It's pleasant, but just slightly stained with the knowledge that our time together is nearing its end.
Excuse me, Misha.
To properly address her, Misha bounced her over from the filing cabinet she's peering into, in spite of Lily's lack of sight. For a moment I think it's strange, but then realize it's exactly what I do. What's up?
Could you ask Shizune where the attendance records for Class 3-2 are? I think they've been moved.
Okie dokie. With that, she flitters off to Shizune, who's working at a table behind us. Lily's familiarity with the council room and the efficiency with which she works remind me that she, Misha, and Shizune used to all work together in the student council. Maybe this is a fitting end for her stay in Yamaku, working away just like she used to, surrounded by those she loves, and at least liked. You're fired, mate. Too much swearing? What? I don't believe in that. Oh, you're tired. I thought I said you're fired. Oops, I misread that. I'm tired, mate. Looked up, getting taken off guard, but she's just sorting through her drawer rather than Misha. Sure enough, she plucks out a manila folder entirely blank, save for just barely visible bumps on its front, and holds it in front of Lily. Lily's hand flits over it to check what it is, her fingers feeling out the dots of braille, confirming it's what she asked for.
Thank you, Misha.
No reply. No reply that is save for an odd grin, no smile on Shizune's face. A couple of seconds pass where Lily clicks that it isn't Misha behind her, but Shizune. Her momentary look of surprise is replaced by a slightly bashful smile. For a few moments, the room is all but still and silent. Oh, that's cute. Eventually, though, Shizune strides back to her workstation and Lily begins typing once again. Only lasted a handful of seconds in all. Feels like years of communication were made up for that one silent exchange. There, finished, done! But not with this live stream, guys. Oh my god. We're still going. I lean my head back and rub my eyes to try and work away their weirdness. Staring at that small and rather poor screen has taken its toll.
Excellent timing. The only thing left is to file these away. I'll have my workload finished as well.
Good, I can pack up the brailer and put it away while you do that.
Thank you, Hisao.
Misha, are you and Shizune far from being done? Look around for the two as they replace the cover over the boiler. Only see them waiting at the door, because they must be waiting for us. The minimum waste of time, we file and pack up everything that remains and join them. Thanks for waiting, you two.
We couldn't just take off without you, Hee-chan. You've been a great help.
Shizune nods approvingly, pleased with my efforts. I guess that's the last class representative work done and over with then. 20 to 40 minutes? Alright.
That's right. I'll miss you, Lilly. I think it was fun working with you. Thank you, Misha. It's been good working with you and Shizune.
She thinks for a moment before formulating her response. It's not that she often communicates without thinking, quite the opposite, but this time it's even more considered than usual. She looks a bit surprised for her passing on the message.
Shizune says, you better do your work over there better than you did here.
Far from taking offense, Lilly giggles into her hand.
If that's the case, then please tell Shizune to give those still here a little more understanding in the future.
Competitive until the last, maybe Shizune and Lilly aren't so different after all.
Shi-chan says that she'll be checking to make sure you live up to your end of the promise. Then that's how it will be. I better be off then. Goodbye, Shizune. Goodbye, Misha. Hisao?
He takes a hold of my arm in hers. There'll be no need for a cane if I'm here to guide her. A nod of farewell to the two, we set off out the door, make our way to the school grounds. As I turn to wave goodbye to them, there's Shizune's gaze lingering on Lilly. They may annoy each other, but family bonds aren't easily broken. Got all your papers sorted then?
Yes. They've all been filed out and handed in.
On top of things as always, aren't you? She gives an earnest smile at the compliment. It feels as if her happiness is just a veneer over the fact that she's fully aware of how much she's leaving behind. Reminds me of how she was like when I first met her. Always smiling, always that little bit aloof, always that little distance away from everybody. Even now, she still maintains that air around many others, especially those she's not close to. Hope that our time together would have changed that fact. Pace slows, the two of us coming to a halt in the all but empty school gardens.
Hisao, is something the...
Lily's words are cut short as I turn and wrap my arms around her, pulling her tight. I may not usually be given to such impulsive actions. I just want to be close to her, even if it's the last time I'll be able to. All the other students have retreated to their dormitories and homes, the ruffling of leaves in the breeze making any sound whatsoever. To draw back and see she has dropped her carefully maintained smile. Her hand hesitates, wanting neither to leave nor to stay on my features. She's putting up a brave show, but her slight trembling gives her away. Lily may be able to control herself well, but even she can't hold her composure together now. It's the woman I've come to love, but also the one who is all too short a time will leave the country forever.
I'm sorry, Hisao.
It's okay. You've got your own life to lead, after all. Walk up to the hallway in the girls' dormitory hand in hand. Emotions by now largely quelled. Nevertheless, hands grip each other's much more tightly than before. Faint, muffled voices can be heard from Lily's room, the origins of which aren't difficult to guess. The moment she opens the door, Hanako bursts through and wraps her arms around Lily, taking her very obviously by surprise.
Lily. Hanako.
I'm going to miss you, Lily. As expected, she's on the verge of tears. Lily gently rubs Hanako's hair with her hand in response, and pulls back and gives a warm, reassuring smile. Looking beyond Hanako, Akira can be seen getting up from the side of Lily's bed and scratching her head. Eyes turn from Lily and Hanako to me, stilted, weak smile hanging on her face. Try to return a more genuinely happy look, but the result is probably just the same.
So, everything's set? Managed to hold back from killing Shizune?
The comment draws an amused giggle from her sister.
Yes, I have everything in order, and yes, I managed not to. Have you packed everything you need?
Got the 2 bags right here, but there's still some stuff left at the Hakamichi's home. Can pick that up while we wait there for tomorrow evening's flight, though. Akira gives the 2 large black traveling bags on the floor a hearty pat. She probably came to help pack and make sure everything was in order on Lily's end. We're going together with her.
Lily, will you be okay? Over there? I'll be alright, I assure you. I'll have Akira look after me as well. And you know that she's reliable. But don't worry, Hanako. I have your phone number after all. So we can stay in touch. With Akira's help, I can send you things over the internet as well.
Hey, don't use me just because you won't learn how to use a computer. Goddamn woman. Or use Amazon. Or Amazoo.net. Whichever parody. Mamazon. Blind is on. Wonder's on. Wonder Bread. What? Hanako and Lily both giggled briefly, the mood lightening ever so little.
That goes for you too, though, Hisao. I promise I'll contact you once I'm in Scotland.
I know. I'll be looking forward to it. We're offer may be kind, but we both know that this is a tantamount to breaking up. Neither of us have any illusions as to how well we manage a long-distance relationship. With nary a word of prompting, the 4 of us begin the long, solemn walk to the school gate. Wow, they're playing some nice music as we walk over here, all sad and depressed. The numerous lamps scattered around the Yamaku grounds fail to do much more than provide pinpoints of light in otherwise dense darkness. Car parked on the road just outside the school grounds comes into view, the shining black exterior reflecting the dimly lit lamps of the Yamaku. Call out to Akira in an effort to alleviate a bit of the heavy atmosphere. There your car? What kind is it? Don't know much about cars, do you? It's a Lancer Evo, solid and speedy. Well, it's not as if her comment on my knowledge is far off the mark. I've never really taken an interest in them. She gives a small sigh. She's been good. Pity I have to part with it tomorrow, just like that summer house. You guys were the last to visit it before it changed hands. Turning back from my rather faulty attempt at small talk, glance at Hanako and Lily falling behind us. By rights, Hanako should be leading Lily, but it's rather definitely the other way around that she clings tightly to Lily's arm. It's a depressing sight. So, I guess this is it.
Indeed.
Although time for everyone to say their farewells is now, nobody really wants to take the first step. It's as if the longer nobody speaks, the better the chance of them simply not leaving.
Lily, do you really have to go? I'm sorry, Hanako. I won't be leaving you forever, though. I can still call you. Isao, will you still be here as well?
I nod, but Hanako just clutches all the tighter to Lily's arm. For spending so long without anyone to call family, it was excruciating to have to say goodbye to the one person that was as close to a mother as anyone could have been in her life. Lily lets out a long, sad breath. All Akira and I could really do is stand by quietly on the sidelines, since the only person that can solve this would be Lily herself. Eventually, Lily pulls her arm from Hanako's grip and holds both of her shoulders gently. A much more decisive way to address her than I've ever seen Lily take with her.
Hanako, remember when we first met? When you entered my room for the first time, after overhearing my consoling of a friend, you didn't say a single word for the entire night. Even as they poured you tea and talked, you sat silently and simply listened to what I said. It took many quiet meetings like that before you began to open up to me. But as you began to, I felt some of the happiest moments I've ever felt. I didn't become your friend because I pitied you, Hanako. I became your friend because I knew you were hiding not just from me, but from everyone. Your ambitions, personality, interests, tastes. I didn't know any of them, and neither did anybody else. As you showed yourself to me, though, I began to realize the person that you were. I became sure that our meeting was a very special moment. But
Lee cuts her words short as she brings her hand to Hanako's head and brushes her bangs to the side, gently pressing her lips to Hanako's forehead. She pulls her head back, leaving Hanako all but speechless and her eyes moist. Lily beams a wide smile.
I believe you are a very beautiful person, Hanako, and I'm certain you will become a strong and confident woman. You are a very dear friend, and someone who I love so very much. Just like Hisao, I will never forget you for as long as I live. I may be leaving, but you have your own life here to lead, just as I do. Just as I do, you have your own friends and hobbies, and your own hopes after graduation. I want you to devote yourself to them, even after I'm not around anymore. That is why I think you will be okay. Because you are your own self, with your own life. You yourself proved that to me. Hanako lowers her head in embarrassment, but nods as she does so. I understand. I know I have to say goodbye. I know you have to go your own way. But thank you, Lilly, for everything. Thank you, Hanako. Will you be okay? There are a few seconds of silence before the answer comes. I will. Lilly smiles, undoubtedly at least partly in relief. That makes me very happy then. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lilly. And farewell to you as well, Hisao. Goodbye. I'll miss you. She pauses for a moment before walking up to me. Right hand outstretched in front of her, takes a hold of my shoulder. Left hand slowly and daintily reaches towards my face, taking my cheek in her palm. For a while she simply holds my face, fingers just slightly moving to take in its contours. Usually her hand would be warm when doing such a thing, but the night's air has given her skin a cool edge. You just realize what this track is and how long did it take it? Yo, that's why you have to listen to it as I voice act, you know. I'm not sure how long we stayed like this. Her clouded eyes pointed just below my own. She wears a wistful, almost distant smile. Eventually, though, I take her cold hand in mine. It's difficult to do so, but with a slight sigh, gently remove her hand from my cheek. I hope you have a long and happy life, Lilly, no matter where you might go. Thank you. I'll make sure to. She takes a long, trembling breath before turning slightly towards Akira's direction. Akira. Okay. The nod, she takes Lily's hand and begins to guide her to the car parked outside the gates. They both walk slowly and deliberately, as if their movements have been rehearsed in advance. It's strange to feel like this now, watching somebody leave Yamaku. The feeling of unease I have now reminds me of the first time I walked through those black wrought iron gates that always looked far too pompous for what they are. As they leave, all of us know full well that our lives are irreversibly changing. I always told myself I just have to take life as it comes, but everything's changing so fast, so suddenly. In the end, Lily is an irreplaceable part of our lives, both Hanako and me. The noise of Akira's opening the passenger door for Lily brings me out of my thoughts, her hand waving back as Lily gets in. See you guys! Take care of yourselves! Goodbye, Hanako. Goodbye, Hisao. Hanako's hand quickly shoots up, her face brightened by her enthusiastic farewell. Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye. See you, Akira. Goodbye, Lily. Door shuts as we all put our best happy farewell faces. Akira getting in the car herself and starting it up in short measure. Lily's hand can just be seen waving through the tinted windows, both of our hands waving high as well. Just as every other time I've done such things. Can't quite work out precisely why I, or Hanako, waved to her given that she's never seen us doing so, but it doesn't matter. Even after that black shiny car goes down the hill and disappears into the dark night, carry on waving and seeing Akira and Lily off. And then, they're gone. Strange stillness takes over as our hands return to our sides. I don't quite know what I should do or how I should feel. In the end, we just stand there silently staring down at where the car disappeared from the sight. Goodbye, Lily. All I can do is respond to her quiet, mournful goodbye, just place a hand on her shoulder. She looks at me for a few moments before looking back down the hill, secure in the knowledge I'm still around for her. What we'll do for now doesn't seem all that uncertain. We all have our own ambition now, just as Lily said. But even so, it feels like there's a certain missing part in both of our lives now, something that can never be replaced.
Sad! Man, it's tough. Okay, anyway. Back to school, guys. Snap my mobile phone's closing contrast with the ambient chatter and noise audible in the hallway outside the library. First day of the summer holidays, a time that had perpetually seemed so far away, yet it's now not only here but also made painfully obvious by the students or lack thereof left in the school. Most students have returned home to spend the holidays with relatives by now. The few that are left are mostly chatting between themselves, usually about what they intend to do in the coming weeks. It makes you feel like the odd one out, taking advantage of the school library being open for the first several days of the holidays. Ostensibly, it's for the students to drop off any books they borrowed have yet to return, and for those who will have their parents pick them up to help pass the time until they get whisked away. Thanks to the recent lengthy phone call from my parents, which had so rudely woken me from my sleeping, I'm on a beanbag at the back of the library. I'm now in the latter category. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, this time remembering to set it to silent, I go back into the quiet and wholly placid room. It's a nostalgic sight. Just as when Lilly first led me to the library, the orange tint of the sunset bathes the room in its light, while Hanako sits on a beanbag silently reading and Yuko fusses, just barely visible behind the counter. Hanako especially has been noticeably more quiet than usual since yesterday's happenings. I can't really blame her. It wasn't just me that depended on that person, after all. Quietly walk back to the beanbag near her where I sat before, being doubly careful not to make any unnecessary noise. The soft puff it gives as the bag takes my weight makes Hanako's eyes flick toward me, but only for a second. I get the feeling that Hanako's been quiet only partly out of sadness following Lily's departure. Rather, she seems more thoughtful and measured than I expected, perhaps due to her desire of working out how to deal with Lily's leaving, rather than just being depressed over it. Makes me a little proud of her. Hey, Hanako? Yeah. Still going ahead with your idea of traveling? Gives a determined nod. We're starting in a day or two. Naomi's decided to come with me too. Wow, quick start. Where are you two headed to first? I think we're going to start by going north, then loop down and go southward. So Hokkaido's going to be first. She gives another nod, more tentative than the last. The significance of that place is not lost on either of us. Do you know how you're going to handle the traveling expenses and accommodations? Yeah. I've worked everything out. Things should be okay. Naomi says she has her side worked out too. You know that if you need anything, you can just call, right? I gave you my number before. Any time of the day is fine. She gives a smile, which in itself feels like a small personal victory. I know. Thanks, Hisao. Maybe Lily was right. Although I may offer Hanako any help I can possibly give, I feel as if I know she doesn't need it. She really has grown. Hanako's plans for our holidays are in sharp contrast to my simple following of my parents' suggestion to stay with them. Holidays had always made me feel less excited than most, though. So, maybe this is just a return to the status quo. For my heart attack, I'd always lived so aimlessly that holidays weren't all that much different from my everyday life anyway. Wow, I did so much during summer vacations away from school, man. My friends had to, man. That's what we did. I'll tell you this right now, a ton of hanging out with people, making trips, traveling around and stuff. It was pretty cool. For my heart, okay. After school, I'd wander around a bit in the city, often hang out with some friends, before making my way home to eat dinner with usually one of my parents, but rarely both. The work schedules didn't leave much time for them to be home. Going there straight from school would just have meant I end up feeling bored. I was an urbanite through and through. Since coming to Yamaku, though, it feels like I fundamentally changed as a person. The phone call with my parents erased any trace of doubt I might have held on that. In any case... Tom, you did nothing? What do you mean you did nothing? Well, before I had exercised a fairly normal level of independence for a teenager, that being not a whole lot, my parents were more than pleased to hear of my newfound ability in taking care of myself. Laundry, cooking for myself, cleaning, all in addition to other general chores that come from living with our parents around. Just little menial things I had to pick up, but with relative ease. Oh, you say you did nothing during the summer. That's fair. That's fair. Oh man, that however is very true. I had to learn. I didn't know how to do my own laundry until college. Until I was like 19, actually. It was very interesting. Like, the first time I did it, I was like, there. I had my laundry, I had like my detergents, and I had like my fabric softener. I didn't have fabric softener at the time. I had a tennis ball. Yeah, I had a tennis ball. So I had no idea what I was doing. Don't ask why I had a tennis ball for my laundry. That wasn't meant for my laundry. It was meant for my blankets later. I found out. But yeah, it was a very interesting experience. Loved it. Loved it. I do my laundry all the time now. I'm doing my laundry right now, actually. When I think about it, I always depended on them, even if they hadn't been at home all the time. So I never depend on anyone after moving to the Yamaku dormitories would be far from the truth, though.
Excuse me.
Two of us look up at an awkwardly fidgeting figure in front of us. Some things never change.
It's getting close to closing time, so,
Alright, forgotten that the library closed earlier during the holidays. Hanukkah and I both get up and dust ourselves off, placing our books back on the shelf behind us. The fact that our tastes in reading material have a fair amount of overlap is useful at times. To bow to Yuko to apologize for taking so much time, Hanukkah takes her leave of us. See you tomorrow, Isao. Bye. With that, she walks out of the large wooden aging doors that herald the entrance to the library.
She's a quiet person, isn't she?
Suppose I should be surprised at a staff member sharing personal opinions like this, but after knowing Yuko for a while, it's largely expected. Our relationship is more personal rather than one with her acting as an authority figure. Yeah, I think that's just how she is. She's got a whole lot more confidence in herself these days, though.
I don't know her as well as you do, but I think I agree. It's nice to see her talking to people here. She never used to do that before.
Hey Yuko, you know about Lilly's leaving, right?
She told me herself a few days ago. Must be hard leaving everyone behind like she is.
She quickly looks back to me as she says this, probably remembering that I went to her for advice on the relationship between Lilly and me before.
Are you going to be okay?
That's a difficult question. Something I'd rather not think about for now, though, given more pressing issues. Something seems kind of off about this whole deal, don't you think? Yuko appears to think for a while, absentmindedly scrunching her face up in a variety of creative ways as she does so.
I don't think I really know her well enough to make that kind of judgment. I'm sorry I can't be more help.
Nah, that's fine. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. I drew a deep sigh and scratched my head in frustration. There's just so much stuff happening at once that I have no control over. Feels like I'm being swamped.
I think everyone goes through that goes through times like that. What's important is to concentrate on what you can do, rather than what you can't do. At least, that's how I see it. If I didn't think like that, I don't think I'd be able to manage my life as it is.
She says it with a smile and a light tone. Her words are far from any kind of joke. Being pulled between two jobs as she is, just to hopefully make enough money not only to live but also for university, must be exhausting. Perhaps that's why coming from her, this feels like it has more meaning than it had come from most others. Guess you got a point there. Thank you for your advice once again, Yuko. She bows deeply and smiles again. We're making our way back to the counter where she spends so much of her time. By the way, I could totally see a Yuko route being worked into like the Lilly / Hanako route, where you don't go, where you might go through one or maybe going through the Lilly route, but like purposely choosing some of the not key things to eventually jump onto a Yuko route from there. And obviously you add more CGs, like the first time you meet her at the Shanghai, the first time you see her in the library, under the desk, after she hits her head and she's like holding it. Things like that. Like, I could definitely see a Yuko route, Tom. Like, I remember you mentioned that for the fan version of it, but I can see a more naturally worked in one for her. Like, through like the Hanako and Lilly routes. Anyway, the tiny wings of the cardboard crane in my fingers are only just visible in the dim light of my room, just a little of the moonlight being able to peek through the curtains and around their edges. Oh, I'm holding it. I lie still in my dark bed for a long time, idly looking up at the little origami bird. Feels like a lot's happened since Lilly folded this, but at the same time, it feels like very little has changed. Compared to everyone else, I'm back to square one. I have a newfound idea of where I want to go in life, That's hardly something that affects me now. Hanako's changed. I know that much, if anything. She just makes me feel like I've got no excuse to be like this, considering her previous situation. Lilly, though, turned the bird in my fingers another way, looking at it from yet another angle. When I first met her, she seemed aloof and perhaps somewhat distant. Her actions were always careful, measured, and precise. Her carefully maintained composure always gave the appearance of an unerring confidence and serenity. In time, she became less formal, just a bit, but enough. Felt good to see her lowering her inhibitions around me, and opening up even just a little, of her own accord. Felt as if I was seeing her real self slowly become more vibrant and visible. Now, though, I'm beginning to have doubts. Perhaps they're to be expected after what is effectively two of us breaking up. They don't feel new or strange, though, but like an old book being found and dusted off. Soon realized after meeting Lilly, she saw me as she did Hanako, someone who needed help and care. First, I simply thought that we'd be fine as friends, helping each other through our limited time together in school. Then I began to treasure our moments together more and more, from our quiet walks to our talking over lunch. The good sides of her personality became even more obvious and even more likable. The absence caused by Lily's trip to Scotland to visit her long-distance family and sick aunt only made me realize how much I just liked being around her, and I had thought that she felt a similar way. For her, though, maybe that wasn't everything to our relationship. Even after she returned to Japan, that just meant she lost her family once again after meeting them for such a brief time. She lived so much of her life without her family around, not to mention with Akira working long hours, that she had little choice but to be like that. I thought her sense of independence to be a good and admirable trait, was in stark difference to my reliance on my parents before my heart attack, as reluctant as I may have been to admit it. However, also meant that she never let people get too close to her. She lost her family likely due to her blindness, went to a different school from anybody she knew because of it, and worked all the harder to make sure she didn't end up a burden on her sister and those around her. And now Akira is going to Inverness, just like the family she thought she lost. She never told me of her plans, as conflicted as she was about them. Lily didn't want to be a burden on anyone, including me. I'm an idiot. I never questioned it. I never tried to be there or asked when she needed me to. I set my life up, expected it to stay that way forever, with the two of us having a nice long relationship where we push forward towards our future together. A small pit of frustration and anger at myself wells up in my chest. I just let everything happen, never even trying to help Lily. Just her being there was enough, I thought. I could keep going on if that were true. But that could never have been enough. It was a childlike dependence on somebody. Not any attempt to understand or help their situation. Oh, this is the Hisao Revelation corner, guys. When he actually becomes a better human being and stuff, right? Thanks to that, I lost Lily. Lost the one person I loved most because I wasn't there for her when she needed me. With an increasingly angrily feeling washing over me, turned over and set the crane back on the desk next to my clock, the place where I had lived since that day when she folded it for me. Since that day when she herself said that my burdens needed to be my own. The obnoxious bright red numerals on my alarm clock shined through the darkness of the room onto my tired eyes. 10 o'clock, evening. Curfew will be soon. I wonder. Kurt mentioned they'd be leaving this evening. No idea exactly when their flight is. That means there's a chance, however small, that they might not have already left. Adrenaline starts to move through my body as I sit up on my bed, my eyes suddenly wide with possibility. There's no guarantee they haven't left. Indeed, it's likely that they already have. There's also a chance they haven't, however small it may be. Just this once, just as I should have before. Sando rushed over to my cabinet, throwing out some clothes as fast as I can, sliding them on in quick succession. Each second that goes by is a second that I can't regain. A second that may mean the difference between catching them and losing them forever. Even if I fail, I have to try. Can't let her leave everything behind without even trying to stop her. Without just this once being there for her. The last of my clothes slipped on, I hastily grabbed the phone off the desk. Luckily, the number for a local taxi company is still in my call history. Gruff, unenthusiastic voice announced the name of the company while I pace around the room. It takes some effort to slow down my voice and keep it clear over the phone. Chilly night air sweeps against me as I open the dormitory door, but nevertheless I keep up my brisk speed as I half jog, half run out to the school gates. May not be curfew just yet, but it's precariously close. Though a guard around, they no doubt have some questions for me. It looks like I managed to come out just before they arrive, or they're around the corner. Pace picks up as I make my way through the school gardens, their nighttime allure all but lost when I begin to run to the school gate. The lamps of the courtyard dim as they are. provide just enough illumination to light the way and prevent me from tripping over. The buildings themselves take on a rustic, almost antique-looking edge when I glance at them. Looking back, it seems strange that they once appeared so dark and looming to me. Now they just look to be somewhat anachronistic school buildings, same as any other bar their age. Leaving the gates behind me, I pull up to a stop just before the taxi, parked just as a curious car had been, its gaudy and brightly lit sign looking out of place in the quiet country backdrop. Patiently squeeze myself through the door, giving the driver their address for where the two should hopefully be staying. By the time the taxi pulls up after its trip at maddeningly casual speed, it's well and truly deep into the night. The house is truly enormous, sheer size much larger than I expected, and ominously still. Fearing the worst, I asked the driver to stay just in case my efforts are for naught. A single press on the fancy intercom system outside the gate produced a short electronic melody in the otherwise silent road. It's not long before a somewhat deep, gruff voice can be heard from it. Oh, is this Jigoro? This is a Hakamichi residence! Please state your name and why you're bothering us this late! Press on despite inwardly wincing at the reasonable annoyance audible in his voice. It's Hisao Nakai. I was hoping to meet Lilly or Akira if they're still here. Surprisingly, I managed to summon quite some energy to my voice, enough to make the other side of their intercom silent. A few seconds pass, but just before I press the button again and ask what's going on, light turns on outside the front door. I turn my eyes to try and make out who is coming through, but as he comes past a large parked car with fishing rods sticking out the back, his identity becomes clear. His face is typically placid and motionless as he saunters up to the gate, still childlike in his mannerisms despite his demeanor. The press of a few buttons from behind the fence, the gate slowly opens. Oh, it's our favorite monotone, Hideaki. Hisao, what are you doing here? I think this is the most emotion I've ever heard from his voice. Yeah, I know. I gave it a little bit more. Could you tell, guys? Totally. Not that it would be hard to reach that mark. Akira told me that she and Lilly would be staying here before they left for the flight. I need to talk to Lilly, just one last time. Are they still here? The look on his face says everything. Failed. I was too late. The one time when I actually need to act quickly and... Actually, it's possible. What is it? He's a bit taken aback by my fervor, but I can't help it at this point. They left not long ago, only a few minutes before you arrived. In fact, if you go straight to the airport, you might be able to. He's out. I dart back towards the waiting taxi, grabbing what little money is left in my pocket as I go. Thanks, Hideaki! Then I take a seat and in short order bark out my destination. Oh, airport, alright. Stop barking at me, kid. Gosh. My chest beats wildly as I tear down the street, my body twisting this way and that, slipped between the pedestrians walking back and forth beside me. The road solidly blocked by taxis and other cars, dropping off passengers and picking up others in the time they have to wait. We end up having to stop almost a block away. That's in the past now. What matters is reaching Lilly. One foot hits the ground, the other quickly follows without the slightest thought. As if my legs have taken on a life of their own, and all my mind can do is concentrate on the view ahead of me. Just one glimpse of that long hair of hers, that long yellow hair, that was the same color as the wheat that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the end, I depended on Lilly, just like Hanako did. And after we started going out, it still doesn't feel like she really ever let herself depend on me. Except for one moment, that one moment where we held each other tightly on that bright yellow field. That time she must have feared losing me just as she did everyone else. That's why just this once. The night air wraps around me, draining every last remnant of warmth out of my body, to the extent that it feels more like midwinter than a summer night. My fingers, my hands, my feet, they all feel increasingly cold. The sound of the passing crowds is reduced to no more than a background of hum, while the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement echo loudly, every step surging toward the person I have to catch. Forced my chest tightening in response to the cold of the night, rest an arm over it and try to settle it down. When the airport comes into view, though, I realize this feeling as one I felt before. Not now, of all times for this. Please, not now. Take a gulp and soldier on regardless, pushing my body as far as it will go. So it pours off me as I hurtle forward, my shoulder hitting someone's side and my mind suddenly flooding with emotions and memories. Continue on without an apology. I have to keep moving now. If I stop, I'm not sure I could begin again. And even if I could, it would all be for naught if I'm not in time. I hit another person, then another, offering little resistance to getting bounced about. Feet feel numb, my arms are losing all feeling. Chest forces me to hunch over awkwardly, tightening even more. That afternoon in the snow, the time of my life irreversibly changed. Images of Iwanako and that damn letter flashed over and over in my mind. First love I lost thanks to my condition. Can't let that happen again. Don't care what happens to me anymore. Just need to see her one last time. There! Yo, can we talk about this? Yo, can we talk about this random girl that say, "Hey, how's it going, guys? Hi, I'm nobody in this, but thanks for watching." Can you talk about that girl? This girl, like, hi! She's super stoked to be here, guys. This airport. Anyway, a sliver of yellow and white comes into view some distance down the road. Her figure silhouetted by the lights emanating from the airport entrance. Lilly! Lilly! Lilly, stop, please, Lilly. Come on, Lilly. I know your hearing's far beyond norm. Gah! The view suddenly spins out of control and ends up on the ground. I haphazardly sprawled after hitting someone and stumbling over. Before I can assess the damage, an unbelievable pain ignites in my body. All my thoughts are blanked as I curl up and frantically clutch at my chest. Is it Lilly saying this?
Hey, are you okay? That's a really bad fall.
This pain, I can't. Arg! Arg! A sharp knock could do me in. Any overexertion. Thought I could overcome my limits this once. Oh no, it's just the random people. Something's wrong with him! What's the matter, Art? The voice of those gathering around me are gradually replaced by a loud ringing in my ears. But now I'm unable to move my head. My eyes turn upwards to see the mute moving of their lips. As I clutch my chest, I realize I can't feel my fingers anymore, nor my feet. It feels like my entire body is shutting down, starting from my extremities. I died that day. With one last effort, I turn my head down the road towards the airport entrance that's casting its light over me. Lily is there behind the crowd. Her head is tilted, but only just slightly. I can feel my vision dimming as I try to yell out, but nothing emerges from my mouth. Despite my best efforts, slowly but surely, my vision begins to black out the scene before me. So this is how it ends. Wow. And just like it just flashed on the screen like Dark Souls, you died, like I failed. So close, so very close. But at the very last moment, my condition seized my chance at a new life and dragged me back. Now I'm going to die, sprawled out just meters from an airport. The crowd of babbling people surrounding me, with Lily leaving for Scotland just a little distance ahead. Lee. The last word extinguishes the last of my energy. The world falls into a deep, inexplicable blackness as every muscle in my body shuts down. I'm sorry, Lily. I was too late. But I'm not dead! Woo! that was a oof. Yeah, that was a oof. Ellipses. Ellipses, more. Even more ellipses. What's going on? They slowly open my eyes, a bright white light assaults my retinas. For minutes, I just lay where I am, mindlessly staring ahead while my scattered thoughts coalesce in my slowly waking mind. Slowly but surely, the white begins to come into focus as a bare expanse begins to be drawn across my field of vision. It's only when the light fixture comes into view that my mind clicks that this is the ceiling above me. Slowly levering myself up, I silently absorb through all of my senses the details of the room I'm in. Smell and taste of strong bleach hanging in the air, lending the impression of a place just slightly too clean to be natural. Inoffensive pale peach-colored walls, all perfectly painted without a crack, stain, or imperfection. Single-frame painting hangs on the wall, perfectly straightened. Like the walls, it's as boring and inoffensive as it can be. My attention is grabbed by the translucent curtain waving across my vision, my eyes following it to the open window it covers. I move my right arm to try to lift myself up and look through it, feel the catheter dig in uncomfortably. It's only now, too, that I notice the cannula tubes winding around my cheeks and into my nose. For some fidgeting, I settle for just looking around the corner of the window. Beyond the thick leaves of several large trees, I can see the greenery below, backing out onto a field, a customary island of green on the outskirts of the city. Judging by the sun outside, it's noon. Which day, though, I'm not sure. So I'm in a hospital once again. Let out a long, tired breath as I try to collect my scattered thoughts, my mind seemingly cast in a dozen directions all at once, as many emotions running through me. After slowly lying back down, I decide to start at the beginning, why I'm here. Cast my mind back, but I can't work out a smooth recollection of what happened. The events of last night, or whichever night it was, come back more as a series of snapshots than any cohesive memory. lying on my bed looking at the origami bird. Talking to Hideaki outside the Hakamichi residence. Running down the street, passing pedestrians and bumping into more and more of them. Falling. Looking up at the searingly bright airport entrance, seeing Lily's back as they lay on the ground. Silence of the private room suddenly feels overwhelming. So that's it. I had my chance to correct my mistake, and I blew it. But I was at fault for neglecting my medication and discarding to pace myself. My body was giving out. My body was for giving out so soon. It doesn't matter now. All that matters is that once again I'm alone. The pastel blue pillow yields with little resistance as I let myself fall back onto the bed, its starchy case along with the starchy sheets providing a little comfort. Compared to the darkness of last night's events, the bright light of the room around me is striking. All it does, though, is emphasize how otherworldly places like this are. Arrhythmia. Strange word, foreign alien one, one that you don't want to be in the same room with. Rare condition. Causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. It was a miracle that you were able to go on so long without anything happening, they said. And then it did. My condition has taken away everything. My old school was of no importance anymore. Home was reduced to a faraway place. Both my friends and my first love simply stopped visiting after a length of time. Became cynical and embittered, distant and subdued. My defense, no person could avoid that after such a thing happening to them, but nonetheless, I left the hospital as a very definitely changed person. Things changed. I made new friends in Hanako, Shizune, and Misha. Found a new sense of home in my dormitory, new interest in science and the world around me. Found a direction to my life that I had never felt before. But I also discovered other things. The sense of isolation in Yamako and its surrounds was not entirely unwelcome, quite giving a peace of mind I might not have found elsewhere. But it gave the area a feeling of being pushed out of the way, of being kept out of sight. People in the streets would sometimes glance awkwardly or quickly turn their heads away as they realized they were staring. Even if my condition wasn't visible, my uniform was. Even if it weren't, I was still different. Took 17 pills a day, morning, midday, and night. My scar, though hidden behind clothing, was still a permanent mark of my condition. Most of all, there was the very real possibility of death. A bad fall, an absent-minded hard hit on the back, a simple sprint taken too far. Anything could have set my heart off. Several times I teetered on the edge of the abyss, even with all the care I took of myself. That was fine. I could have lived with all that. Because there was one final thing I found, or rather refound after entering Yamaku, which was once again snatched away before my eyes. It's only now that I realized just how delicate my newfound sense of happiness was. Everything depended on her, the linchpin of my life since I first entered Yamaku as a sullen, confused, and aimless transfer student. Lilly Sato was the only person I could depend upon above all others, who reciprocated the love that I felt for her, but I failed her, and only realized it all too late. I thought that I could just set my life up and continue that way forever. The real world doesn't work like that. I finally realized the meaning of those words, only to be struck down as I confronted my failure to do so in time. Surroundings I am now in are all too familiar. So the Yamaku is but a dream, and I'm still recovering from my first major heart attack. Ooh, this is not good. Hey, that's why I feel so tired. It feels almost as if I've lived the entire last few months of my life in the space of minutes. The weight of my eyelids closes my eyes, my physical and mental exhaustion letting me offer no resistance. Unintentional mumbling from my head of the bed stirs me out of my sleep. Eyes still closed, I can focus and make out someone, presumably a nurse, bidding farewell to a doctor. I open my eyes and notice the door closing in my peripheral vision. The doctor stands reading some notes off a clipboard held in his hand, carefully looking over the pages. Consulting his obviously very important documents, he looks up and notices my gaze. It's not that I know something slightly odd about his expression and general disposition, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Ah, I see you're awake, Miss Nakai.
His quick glance at my bed and to verify my name shows that his documents obviously didn't have it written on them.
I must admit, this is a bit unfortunate. Your parents visited just earlier while you were asleep. I can notify them that you're awake now if you like.
Thanks. That'll be good. To a somewhat dazed reply, was likely the one he expected before really thinking about what I'm saying.
Not a problem. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'll be happy to answer them. That is, unless you prefer to rest. The anesthetic's still going to be affecting you a bit, I'm afraid.
The anesthetic, of course. That'd be why I felt so strange the first time I woke up. Slowly shake my head, not wanting to dislodge any pipes or cause myself any more discomfort than necessary. Doctor politely puts down his clipboard in response. I guess my main question is, what exactly happened?
To put it simply, you've unfortunately had another heart attack. Well, not as severe as your first. You were very lucky it occurred so close to a hospital. After being stabilized, you were taken to the operating room. What followed was keyhole surgery in order to insert a temporary pacemaker. All in all, the incident happened 2 days ago, emergency treatment being carried out very soon afterward. Since then, we kept you under close observation while you were asleep.
Will I be alright? Are there any lasting problems?
Compared to the procedure carried out for your first heart attack, this is relatively minor. While you will have to undergo surgery once more in a few days, time to remove the pacemaker. In a few days' time to remove the pacemaker, assuming there are no complications, there should be no lasting implications.
Continues talking.
And blah 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 blah. I'm saying doctor important stuff, and he's on the Kai. You are not listening to me. I'm your primary caretaker at this very moment. I'm trying to save your life and make you feel at ease, and you are just not listening to me, and you're going to dialogue and monologue to yourself. How dare you?
Wait, what? Continues talking, the subject shifting to a repetition of facts about arrhythmia and my medications I already know, for the most part. Start to nod and feign interest while my mind drifts. I begin to think about how perfectly hung the inoffensive painting hanging on the wall behind his shoulder is. How neat and sterile the surroundings are, even including the doctor himself.
If my mumbling bores you, you are quite welcome to say so, Mr. Nakai. Lord knows I lose track of myself sometimes.
Oh wow, the doctor really was offended. Gives a short chuckle at his self-deprecating joke, the grimace awkwardly, having been rather badly caught out. Doctor's chuckle sounds different from that of the nurse Yamaka, though. Come to think of it, as I ponder why, I realize why the man in front of me feels just a little bit off. His smile is neat and sterile. He delivers his little joke perfectly with a customary inoffensive chuckle. Oh, he wasn't offended. Okay, I'm sorry. It's like, rather than talking to the man whose name is neatly printed on the name tag pinned to his lab coat, I'm merely interacting with the actor reading off a pre-rehearsed script. Every action having been choreographed beforehand. Suppose he has to be this way, though, being a doctor. He has to keep his neat and sterile smile while chatting to the girl with cancer slowly spreading through her body, and reassuring the woman who will surely die from childbirth, with every other terminally and critically ill patient. A little bit of distance, a little bit of aloofness. Makes me wonder if I've been too harsh, especially considering it's a disposition far from being adopted only by people in its profession. After all, the one I loved kept that same distance from others herself. Looking up to the doctor again, I realized I've been in thought with my head bowed for some time.
I understand you must still be tired. You've been through a lot, and as I mentioned before, the anesthetic would still be affecting you. If you don't mind, I'll let you get some rest and tell your parents you've woken up for you.
I think that would be good. Thank you. He gives a curt nod before picking up his clipboard and making his way to the large white door in the corner of the room, closing it behind him with a thud. At the end, I'm alone again. Lily's gone. Akira is gone. Hanako will be traveling, and my parents have already left the hospital. 4 pale peach walls, 1 white ceiling, and a single open window to look out toward the world outside. It's hard to think of the future when the past is crowded around you, claustrophobic in its neat, sterile, and starchy bleach-smelling grip. Lost for what to do or focus on, I content myself with sleeping the time away as if it were all just another dream like Yamaku had been. White. A sterile, clean white for a sterile, clean room. My eyes open, and I simply stare at the ceiling for some time. It's about as interesting as a television would be, mounted in its metal rack hanging off the ceiling ahead of the bed. Indeed, the television saw its entire use during the time my parents were here. Left on quietly as they waited for me to wake up. It was about as banal as it had been the first time I ended up in the hospital. Earlier today, an attending nurse had offered to turn off the EKG's speakers. I refused simply because the sound is so entirely normal to me now. It's almost comforting in a way. The metronome-like regularity gives it at least some feeling that time is moving, even in a place such as this. For some time, listening to it beeping while I fully awakened, though, realized there's another sound in the room. Concentrating all my efforts on the listening, a task made rather easy by the lack of distractions, a tiny, tinny melody can be heard. Light and quiet. The music sounds almost fragile, as if dwarfed by the EKG's pulses. Tilting my head just slightly to the side in an effort to see the source of the melody without dislodging any of the sensors and pipes stuck onto me, noticed a little wooden box sitting on the nightstand next to my bed. Oh, it's it! My mouth opens just slightly while I silently watch a tiny yellow metal drum slowly rotate inside. Little bumps on its surface gradually moving in and out of sight. This music box. It's one I gave. The creaking of the door breaks me out of my reverie, my head and heart remaining still as my eyes turn to see who comes through. Long tan skirt, peach off-the-shoulder sweater, pale, almost porcelain skin, blue clouded eyes, long yellow hair. All I can do is stare as Lily slowly walks into the room, fingers lightly running over the wall for orientation. My mind comes to a shuddering halt. Lily? She stops mid-stride, her entire body tensing.
So, was that you?
Her voice is quiet and pensive, echoing her expression. I thought you were... She takes one tentative step forward, then another, as if she were holding herself back. Her control over her composure is for naught, though. She finally rushed over to where I lay as the last of her resistance falls. Slightly taking it back when she grabs hold of me, hunching over her as tears begin to fall from her cheeks. It's only minutes ago I thought she was on the other side of the world. For a moment of hesitation, rests my right hand on her soft shoulder.
Hisao.
Lily's body trembles at her ear as her tears blot the pale green sheets, emotions flooding through her carefully maintained exterior. With her face now closer and made easier to see, her pale skin being lit by the sunlight from the window, notice her cheeks being redder than they should be. It's okay, Lily. I'm okay. You don't need to. She rights herself quickly, her crying forcefully stifled both sadness and stubbornness remaining in her moistened eyes. Her prideful nature, always having been something to contend with, takes me off guard.
Stop telling me not to worry about you, Hisao. Just this once, let me cry.
Caught speechless. She waits for a response, but her composure breaks again after a handful of seconds. Swallow hard to try and settle my own emotions, while she weeps onto my bed. Strange mixture of relief and depression welling up. Lily's here. She's really here. I could feel her skin under my hand. I hardly believed my own eyes. My efforts weren't for nothing. Body's attempt to take away everything that was important to me once again has been foiled. But now I don't feel as happy about it as I thought I would. Seeing her here, crying like this over me, it's the one thing I wanted to avoid since coming to love her. No, even since leaving the hospital. Sorry, Lily. It's my fault. It's my fault I'm here. Shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. Give a self-deprecating snort. After months of keeping myself together so nobody worried over me, when it did something like this, guess I'm pretty dumb. A couple of sniffs and a long breath, Lily managed to pull herself together and calm down a little. With very red cheeks, moist eyes, and lines of her tears still visible, she delicately wears that weak smile she seems to so often give.
You needn't blame yourself. I heard later that it happened as you were running down the road after me, right?
Still. Sharps her eyes with the back of her hand, returning more to her old self as the rush of emotions wear off.
Why did you run after me, Hisao?
Moved to respond, but notice her face tightening.
Even after I said goodbye, and I left Yamako Academy.
She takes a moment to steady herself, her emotions almost bubbling up once again. I just want to say that I'm sorry.
Sorry?
There were times when I wasn't there when you needed me. Until now, I thought you just being there would be enough. I only need you by my side to make any day feel better. Even if my body may be like this, I want to help you, Lily. To be there when you need someone.
But you were always there, Hisao.
Why did you want to go to Scotland, Lily?
Why? I told you before. Because Akira was going. Because of my family's summons to their home.
Why didn't you say you wanted to go?
I'm
not stubborn often. This one time I think I need to be. I want you to stay here, Lily. I want you to stay where everyone you know lives. Where all your dreams and ambitions were made. If you choose to stay, I'll never leave your side. I won't let you lose another person. When I had my heart attack, I was snatched away from everyone and everywhere I knew. You showed me a new life after I came to Yamaku. I lost my past, but you showed me a future. It's true that I haven't always been there for you. I'm unreliable. Sometimes I lied. And I thought I'd come to understand you when I hadn't even understood myself. Be that as it may, I want to give you a future as well. I want to be there for you. To share both your burdens and your happiness, just like I promised back in Hokkaido. I want you to trust me. I know I had problems coming to put my trust in you, but losing so many people I'd known after my heart attack. That's how I know that being unable to trust others can feel awful. That's why I can't watch you just throw everything away like this. I never want you to go through what I did. I would do anything to stop that.
You can be quite steadfast when you want to be, can't you?
As I said, it isn't often. A weak smile drops, though, as the IV in my arm digs in a little, a harsh reminder of my tether to my condition. Louis' face tenses as I let out a small gasp of pain, immediately making me wish I'd stifled it better. All I can do is sigh in defeat. Tried to not let anyone worry over me for the entire time since I left the hospital. I can't even stop the one person I love most from crying over me. Even if I might finally be able to put my feelings into words, I feel pretty useless with a body like this. Every time I tried to reach towards something, just snatched away. Even now, things only turned out for the better due to luck. Yes, that's something else I should apologize for. All I can ever do is make you worry. Even now, there's very little chance I'll live anywhere near a full life. Feeling Lily's warm, soft hand moving onto my left cheek makes me lift my head up, smile gentle and warm as she touches me.
I think that is something very natural for you to say. You are always so sincere and self-conscious. You are also reserved and mild-mannered, and patient to a fault with Hanako. You're curious about everything and everyone. When I said I missed you while I was with my family, I wasn't lying or exaggerating. The thought of you was never far from my mind, and helped me through that time. That's why I was so confused, but what to do when my family summoned me. Even after I thought I had made my decision, you tried your hardest to challenge me about it. I didn't confess to you out of pity or believing you were somehow different from what you are. I confessed because I never wanted to lose you, and want you to always be a part of my life, no matter what might change. You are a very beautiful person, Hisao. Your heart changes none of that, so please, don't apologize for yourself anymore.
For a long time, silence reigns in the room. I'm not really sure what this newly born feeling inside of me is, but pales in insignificance as I wordlessly gaze at Lily's smiling face, warm and gentle as it had always been. It's only as her thumb crosses my cheek, wiping away a single drop of moisture, that I realize that is all I've ever wanted. What feels like the first time, I give an earnest, wide smile. As Lily feels it against her palm, she returns the gesture. Time passes before either of us say a word, neither of us needing speech to communicate our feelings to each other. I know I can't promise you that I'll always be around, though we'll be together forever. Some difficulty, I slowly lift my hand, placing it on her pale shoulder. But I think I can at least take you to next year's Tanabata Festival, to make up for making you miss this year's. Lily's expression is one of surprise, so I can't say I blame her.
You remember that?
Got a pretty good memory, sometimes. She raises her head a little and takes her hand from my cheek, giving a small amused giggle, smile absentmindedly at how earnest it is, almost girlish in its lightness. Still smiling warmly, she collects herself and stands upright with a hand resting on my chest. Feels like I'm seeing her for the first time, sun from the window glowing behind her, just as it did when I first walked into that room where she was drinking tea.
Very well then. Shall we make it a promise between the both of us to go to next year's Tanabata together?
As she can't see me doing so, I nod approvingly. I promise.
I promise.
Oh. Is it? Is it? Oh, it is! That's it! It's done! Oh! Oh! Oh my goodness, skip. Skip credits, guys. You have to see the scenes after all. Akira, Lily, and I silently sit on the grassy embankment high above the local town, the breeze gently blowing through the cloudless sky. Maybe just a few minutes walk from town, on a hill just outside its limits, the view is entirely unexpected. Lily sits beside me, her eyes closed as a gentle breeze flows through her hair.
This is a nice area.
Yeah, never knew a place like this was anywhere near Yamaku. And I had to be the one to find it, of course. Kira's grin is genuine, but her tone is slightly different from her usual carefree nature. It's good that you're out of hospital, though, Hisao. Nobody's more glad than I am. Can't stand hospitals. So you two going back to school tomorrow? Yep. Kira chuckles in amusement before looking back out to the town below. Trees between the buildings swaying in the wind. Pity we couldn't go up north for the summer holidays or get to Tanabata.
I wouldn't worry. There's always next time.
You'll be graduating before next summer vacation, won't you? Yeah, there'll still be college after that, mind. Going to the same one?
Likely. We both have high enough scores to meet the entry requirements.
You sound so sure.
Don't worry. You're better than I in most subjects.
Guess we'll work it out in due time. That's the way. Just enjoy yourselves in Yamaku while you're there. Lily gives a sad sigh at the distinction between Akira and the two of us.
Do you really need to go back to Scotland?
Yeah. Folks are already out for my blood as it is. Weren't meant to stay this long. She gives her trademark wide grin. Setting my boyfriend up with a passport took some time. You're taking him with you?
Just for a while at first. He's a surprisingly worldly guy.
So, I think he'll do just fine. Kira gives an amused snort. If her father had his way, I've gone a long while ago. I was gonna pass up an excuse to stay with my favorite little sister a little while longer, though. She leans right and gives Lily a tight, playful hug, cheering her up considerably.
It's nice to be with you one last time, though.
For what it's worth, I'm in the same boat. Heh, thanks you two. I'll try and come back sometime, don't worry.
It's a shame that the business keeps you so busy.
Place won't run itself, I'm afraid. Anything's going to be just the same over there. Considering that, I better get going. Have fun over there, Akira. Ha ha! Will do. With a slight grunt, she lifts herself with her hands and stands up, dusting herself off as she does so. Well, better be off. Plane won't wait for me after all. She has a certain unusual wistfulness in the tone of her voice, her eyes firmly planted on her sister.
I'll be okay, Akira.
Yeah, I know.
Come now, it isn't that bad. You'll be able to see us again soon.
It is strange to have Lily reassuring a doubting Akira for once. She really has changed.
Goodbye, Akira.
Bye. For a second, the dark-clad figure looks down at the both of us, smiling widely. Perhaps more widely than I have ever seen her do so before. So she lets out a long, slightly wavering breath to steady herself for leaving. Eventually slips her hand in her pocket and turns on her heel. With that, she walks away, one hand held in the air as she goes. See you later, you two. Jazz tune with no beat, melody or direction to the very end. After a few moments of sitting silently, Lily and I pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off. Turning towards her with a broad smile, I hold out my hand. Shall we be off then? She takes my hand in hers, with a gentle nod and a smile as beautiful and warm as ever.
Indeed we shall, Hisao.
Oh, it's so cute, so cute. Set off towards the school, that wonderful smile ingrained itself onto my memory. The wonderful smile that we both share. Our paths may be scattered and at times overshadowed by sadness, but they're also an irrevocable part of our lives and personalities. Even if I could change a single thing, I wouldn't, because my past was what led me here. That's why, even with all that's happened to us before, all that may well befall us, together, we'll keep walking forwards. Forwards towards the future. Our future. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, it's, yeah. I'm happy. Oh, that was really nice. Oh, so good. Oh, that was really sweet. Oh, man. I was like, yo, there's no way Lily's leaving once he had a heart attack like right near where she was. This is the highlight of the game. You know, I feel like each of the routes kind of like show different aspects of the of like Hisao's personality, I would say, too. Like so far in the Hanako route, like Hisao becomes a very capable person that can support Hanako, and then Hanako can become a more confident person because that's the type of person that's in her life, kind of thing. And she doesn't have to feel bad about like being in a bad situation. And Hisao's like, yeah, you don't have to. The Emi route, like, it feels more like Hisao overcomes a lot of his limitations with his heart. In the Shizuna route, Hisao like betters himself as a person to bridge the gap between him and Shizune. And then here in the Lilly route, it's like Hisao being a weak person is okay. Like, you know, him having this, he's coming to terms like with losing his past because of his disability. Yeah, the game feels that way, and you know what? I think that's really good. Like, it feels like we're like as the title screen like grows and grows as it's been, it does really feel like we're filling in the picture. Yeah, I really like that. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like I've liked Lilly from the get-go. Let's put it out there first. I would say that right now, but like I can definitely relate to the idea of leaving people behind to move on to the next stages of real life, because that's a decision I made like over and over again. Personally, I don't look back to the past. I try not to really think about it too much. I go, you know, I move from one stage to the next stage kind of thing. And that's the type of person I've been in regards to like my personal attachments with the world. It's why I'm very like, I feel very free. I don't feel very like tied down by anything, but in a way it's because I don't let things get too close to me. Like I keep things at like Lilly does. Like I keep things at like emotions length away, so it doesn't like hit me too hard and stuff. And you know, I think that's really cool. That like Tom, as you just said, like each person can relate to a route. Like I do feel that. I feel like we can all relate to all the routes. But definitely like you know, getting through Lilly, which was my favorite girl from the get-go, so you know, of course I'm gonna like it, right? But it like frustrated me that like I understood so much of like, oh man, that like whole, you know, not committing to things. I'm still like that too. Like people have yet to tie me down. So, you know, it was really nice overall. Like I really like that. A lot of great moments. There's been a lot of great moments so far in this game. I'm so looking forward to doing more Katawa Shoujo. But you know, we're over 4 hours now, so I can't do it tonight. Yo, that was great. That was great. That Lilly route, excellent, excellent. All the routes so far, excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm looking forward to starting Rins next week. Yo, I expect that to be like have tons of ups and downs and craziness in many ways. So I'm looking forward to that next week. I really enjoyed Lilly's this week. I'm glad, you know, it took a little bit longer. Obviously, I should have probably gotten like another 30 minutes out last week or something to alleviate it, but you know, it happens. I was dying, like I was feeling sick last week, and I'm still kind of like sick this week. But for now, yo, this game is 100% worth playing. Like, it's a lot harder to. Here's the thing, I haven't seen like much of the adult stuff, the H stuff, the H or adult content of it, 18 plus content of it. So I can't rate against that. I haven't seen the other routes, the other endings, the bad endings. It's called a Nukie, a crying game. But just playing with like a relatively spoiler-free guide and getting the good endings, like, it feels very fulfilling. But I at the same time, I recognize I'm not seeing the full picture. So for me, it's very hard to say how high I rate the game. I feel like I'm not giving it the full thing. I don't know what the bad endings are. I don't know what the bad endings are. I have some guesses on what may or may not happen, but I haven't gotten those. So I can't really say. But, you know, just getting the good endings as I did. It's not a full completionist run. It's not meant to be. That's not what I'm doing. Like, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. The bad endings are strong. Yeah, I know. That's the point. Like, Katawa Shoujo is known for the fact that the bad endings will reduce people to tears. It's just not something I'm gonna do right now. I might in the future. I probably won't do it live. Like, I'll probably do it like in my own private time. Like, getting the bad endings. So, yeah, I'll let people know later, maybe when that happens. But you know, I'm enjoying playing the game as it is right now, and I'm having a lot of fun voice acting it. Like, it's a lot of dialogue. Like, you know, for me, it was like, what, 4 hours of dialogue today, even. But I'm enjoying doing it this way. Like, it's a lot of fun. I'm having so much fun so far with this game, and I look forward to playing more. For now, this is Anime Fan RK2K. Thank you very much for tuning in to Visual Thursdays, and hope to see you guys next week when we start on the Rin route. Have a good night, guys. Peace.